Okay, okay. Before I get too carried away. That's me trying to headbang to that Danheim-like music. Greetings, wanderers. I've returned to Avalon for our Tainted Grail tonight. Now, there's a sizable amount of the map I did not explore, but I figured it prudent to come to this castle first. And I'm wanting to play this a lot more, especially on stream.
It's nice to have a break.
And I don't want to, I'm gonna try and do as much content as I can
Ha, friend, I
in
wish.
this game.
But the only task I could use help with might be a bit too delicate for you to handle. Unless you're a master goldsmith, then feel free to prove it, and I'll have work for you immediately. There's just not enough of them
Goldsmith.
to go around. And now that we're on lockdown, there's not much demand for my services either.
There must be something I can help you out with.
Listen, I said I
Do
don't have any
guide.
jobs, as in things I pay you for doing. That doesn't mean I can't teach you a thing or two. If you're willing to learn, that is.
You know, I got a gift sub to a certain streamer, so you're gonna like this. Here, check these out. You like those?
Since you're free to wander about while I'm stuck in the keep, maybe we can make good use
Smithing.
of that.
Smithing.
You've probably bashed in the skull of a beast or two, right?
Oh, plenty.
The alchemists. They're likely snatching up the corpses, using the muck to cook their weird concoctions. But perhaps you'd rather craft yourself some armor from those hides, huh? We should start with something simple. Let's see. I'll give you some notes on how to make armor. You gather the materials and get to work. And when you're done, you can bring it over so I can see what you've
I
made.
distinctly remember wasting a bunch of crafting mats last time. I probably should have did his quest first, but whatever. Okay, so let's see. And they spent gold on him too. It sucks. Oh well. Oh well. That just means I will have to make do. I have a ranged weapon, but do I have arrows? Oh, I definitely want to use my frost arrows. I'll hold those for a rainy day. I believe it is time to speak to the main guy over here. He may give us a quest. Lanzo.
If you're here to see the healer, don't bother. He's a quack and a butcher who likes to watch people suffer.
But it's not good. That's a serious accusation.
And I mean it. He's a know-it-all from Camelot, but the
Camelot,
truth is, he
with a
doesn't
K.
know shit. All of those academic types think they're better than us village folk, just because they read a book. We've been getting by just fine without any of their crap.
Yeah, we're self-learned. We can't read.
I came to him with a toothache, asked him to make me something for the pain, and you know what he did? He said my tooth is rotten, and then sent me to Osprey to get it pulled out.
Send him to the smith. Sounds reasonable.
Sounds like horse crap. My grandma was smarter than your lot, and she couldn't even read. She knew how to make a proper potion for toothache. If I were any good at mixing that stuff, I wouldn't need to deal with quacks like Heber.
Proper
I even
potion.
gave him my grandma's recipe, but he said
Let me
it was
guess.
no good.
It's all liquor. Just straight liquor. Here, drink this. The pain will be gone. If you just removed the tooth, you wouldn't need a potion. Well, can't argue that logic. You still have the recipe.
No, Heber took it, the plonker. Said if I don't know how to make it, I shouldn't have it. And that he doesn't want some questionable homebrew medicine spreading through the keep.
Why doesn't medic want to
He
make it?
says it's no good. Says that if I don't get the tooth pulled out, it'll keep hurting. I told him that's why I need the remedy, to make it stop hurting. But it's like talking to a brick wall.
I'll talk to him for you, but not for free.
You will? Oh, you're a lifesaver. Tooth saver, yeah? No matter. Don't worry, I'll give you something very special.
Wasn't funny,
if you
Lanzo.
bring me that remedy.
Ooh, a reward. Talk to whoever that is. Quests. Oh, they do like little art pieces where there's quests. Very nice. Talk to the medic. Okay, I'm assuming the medic is in here with all these bandages. It's marked. Perfect. Mr. Medic, Jan Heber.
Oh, sorry. Do I know you?
No.
Terrible with faces. Either way, glad to make your acquaintance.
Wow.
I'm Jan Heber, a physician.
Someone's
raised in
actually
Camelot
polite
and trained in the Royal
in this
Academy.
area. That recipe you were just whispering to
It's
yourself.
some local witchcraft I've been trying to make sense of. I guess I'll find out when I try it.
Try it on yourself.
Experience is the best teacher. Don't worry, I'm not testing anything on the others. Graham the Mad, a great Camelotian physician, used to say that a real doctor would never give his patient something he hadn't tried on himself first. A wise approach, which I follow myself.
Graham the Mad. Don't you see the irony?
What irony?
Never mind. You could try it on me.
Oh, that was unexpected. Here, take it. What will happen, I have no idea. But please, tell me, if you live to find out.
Isn't that
The
dangerous?
pursuit of knowledge is always dangerous.
Ah.
That's why it's reserved for only the bravest of the brave.
Oh, I'm
It
brave.
takes true
Very
guts to
brave.
face the unknown.
I never get
To
scared.
realize
Never.
just how little you know and how insignificant you
Unless
are.
I
to the
smoke some
world.
bad cookie dough. Okay, before I ask him about the other guy, what does he sell? Locks mana at 100% for 10 seconds. Damn. Be crazy on a mage. Origin potion. Those origin potions are worth a lot. Ah, spells. Flicker bolt. Hailstone. Burning ember. I think I have that. Venom flick. Potions and other stuff. Okay. So he wants me to drink this elixir. I'm gonna quick save. Mysterious experimental elixir by Jan Heber. Its effects are unknown. Consume at your own risk. All right. I don't think anything happened. No. Did anything happen? Character. Look at my stats. Nothing changed. No, changed my base stats. Well then. The keeper of the toothache complains you don't want to help him.
Lanzo knows very well what he must do. I'm sorry, but there's nothing else I can do for him. Either he removes the tooth, or it will keep hurting.
He said something about a remedy.
Yes, his grandma's miracle medicine. I honestly don't have time for village superstitions. I had to confiscate the recipe as well, lest he tries making it himself. As if I don't have enough problems already.
I have the
No
recipe.
need to add other potentially
Oops.
dangerous ingredients.
Potentially dangerous. Like, well, it's based on moonshine.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure that's the only reason people think those things actually work.
You just get drunk as fuck.
Obvious. If you drink enough alcohol, you eventually stop feeling pain, along with your entire face.
Potentially dangerous ingredients. Like what?
But what if someone
Damn.
decides that if they don't have
double-clicking.
carnation, It's perfectly fine to substitute it with Devil's Snare, since the color is more or less the same. Or Sage with Wolfsbane, because, you know, leaves are leaves. I'm sorry, but unfortunately I know these people well
He does
enough
make a
not to
good
trust
point.
them with something like this.
So if I combine Moonshine, Carnation, and Sage, I got the remedy.
What? How do you... You know what? Fine. Do whatever you want. But if it causes you to shit yourself for 3 days straight, don't come running to me.
That's funny. Alright. Look like you're in dire need of sleep.
I don't dream about anything anymore, so sleep feels like a waste of precious time.
Poor guy.
Fortunately, back in Camelot, I found a mix of remedies that can keep me awake for a whole week.
This guy.
It was quite popular.
I haven't slept in weeks. Once you realize that you don't need to sleep, your mind just goes...
Oh no, every physician needs his secrets. But I can sell you some if you promise not to tell any of the higher-ups.
Sell me some.
There are side effects. You won't fall asleep for a while, but the moment you do, well, you'll feel like you died and came back to life, only to die again. So you either take the next dose or endure it. I can endure it because I don't have a post to attend to. But our brave soldiers, well, that'd be risky.
It's fucked up.
Well, they already trust my word. I'll be sure to deny everything. Moreover, I'm in the position to raise my prices or to refuse to sell you medicine, whichever suits my mood. I'm honestly quite offended you're even asking.
Sorry, man. Does he have any
Why would
quests?
you, though? Don't you have better things to do?
No. Oh, I'm trying to get in the Quartermaster's good books.
Aha, got it. So you're up for work not out of the goodness of your heart, but for your own selfish plans.
That's right. That'd be a good summary.
Understood. It's a good reason. Well, I'd say it's better than most. But all right, if you're a mercenary,
I am.
then I do have a job for someone who'd be willing to risk their life in exchange for
Oh,
material
yes.
goods.
Gold? I'll need more details.
Back at the academy, I found an ancient scroll written by the Druids. Forbidden knowledge, especially now after the mob forced them all into a wicker man and burned every last one of them to ash. I finally deciphered it a little while ago. It describes a ritual that needs to be performed at night.
You're both
within a
streaming, what the
stone
fuck, man?
circle.
Yeah.
Guess what? There's one in the nearby forest. I guess you already
It
know
calls
what I
to
need
me.
you to do. Hmm?
I thought you had multiple streams. Or screens. Screens. I thought you had multiple screens. I just bounce back and forth. A mob burned all the druids on a wicker man.
And here I am, thinking that everyone's already heard about the Charred Conclave. Well, it wasn't the proudest moment in our history, that's for sure.
It's okay, I only have one
Don't
screen
know.
too.
At some point,
That's probably going to
the
change
villagers
soon,
all
though.
around the island decided that the Druids
So I've been itching
were
to get a second
responsible
monitor
for the Red
forever now.
Death and all other ailments of our times. They rounded them all up in a massive wicker man north of the Forlorn Swords and burned them all to ashes.
You're Jane, got to keep it on
Hundreds of years
desktop
of
size.
knowledge
Oh,
gone within
yeah.
the blink of an eye.
Neck is fucked
Well,
up.
that's what's
Yeah.
bound to happen. when
That'll
you
do it.
stop paying for people's education and invest in keeping the elite
I used to have a
fed
second... Well,
instead.
I say I used to have a second screen. It wasn't, though. It was just a laptop plugged into my desktop. I had it set on a puzzle box next to my main monitor. They kind of looked okay. And by that I mean it looked horrible.
Isn't it obvious? I'm the only medic they have here at the Horns. I'd like to see Fergus's face if he hears about me going out there.
What's the purpose of this
an
ritual?
excellent question. But I don't know. From what I've been able to decipher, it's a summoning spell to bring something or someone to our world. That being will share its great knowledge with the one brave enough to summon it. I need
A
you
boss
to
fight.
remember what it says and repeat it to me.
Yours was an
after
old
you're
TV.
back.
Yeah, I
Word
almost
for
had
word.
that exact setup. We had this old TV and I was just sitting there. So we gave it away. And for like a month there, I was like, maybe I should just put it on my desk as like another giant monitor. Okay, let's help this guy. It started flickering on one side. Oh. I'm gonna start a fire over this, yeah. Actually flickering. Okay, yeah, that's fucked. Barracks.
Eyes forward and mind your step.
I'm not interested in these guys at all. Just unplugged it and gave up, yeah. Yeah, if it's like flickering, that's kind of... Sounds like it's going to explode at any given moment. And that's no good. Brother Regan.
Blessings upon you, stranger. May the word always resonate within your soul.
So he's just tapping over to me. We're still paranoid. Sure, it's fine. Yeah, but then even then, if it's flickering, it's just gonna look like shit, right? So why bother? You think of the weirdness.
A sickness, a corruption, but also a mystery. Many of my brothers would call it a curse, a stain upon Avalon that must be purged. And yet, I wonder, did Kai not teach us that all things have a purpose? That even suffering carries wisdom?
Does it?
The weirdness twists.
Does it,
and
Brother Regan?
warps, yes. It consumes and it takes. But it also gives. Life grows in its wake. Strange and terrible, but life all the same. If we are to fight it, we must first understand it. And that is what frightens the church most of all.
Oh, he's splittering off. I see. The horns prepared to fight the weirdness.
As prepared as any men can be against something they barely understand. The swords and fire will hold back beasts. But what of the creeping rot that twists flesh and mind alike? But there is one thing. The Excalibur they keep here. It has not been wielded in an age, yet the weird does not creep near it.
Now that is interesting. Why?
Well, even as it rests upon its pedestal, the air around it remains untouched. The tendrils of corruption that strangle stone and steel refuse to claim it. The keepers may not see it for what it is, but I do. There is power in that blade. Something ancient, something beyond the church's teachings. And if it truly holds back the weirdness, then perhaps it was never meant for me.
Excalibur. Feel safe here.
Safe? No. But safer than most, I suppose. But tell me, what is safety, truly?
We're gonna go over this.
A
Okay.
stronghold? A weapon? A prayer? I've seen men with all three fall just the same. So no, I do not feel safe. But I do feel watched. And sometimes that is enough.
I fucking plus the tongs, pincers, and
What do you
fire.
mean, my child?
Must be a long time since you visit the island asylum. Yeah, these guys are like
As
trying to
for
torture me
the
and shit.
asylum, I only know as much as my brothers deem necessary to relay to me in their letters. I only receive reports on their progress towards curing the Red Death. I'm afraid that I simply cannot believe your blasphemous words without proof.
Here's your proof.
Father Leon. I knew him in my youth. He was my mentor, a truly devoted servant of the Prophet. Back then, he was already showing signs of being overly devoted, let's call it. He followed the word and the word alone, which might seem commendable, but it doesn't necessarily make for easy, everyday communication between brothers. He answered questions with quotes. Can you imagine? We never knew whether his faith was truly that strong, or if he was just mocking us. So, this letter, well, it doesn't prove much. It's true that it's written in a normal way, and not using
quotes.
But the seal matches, and the handwriting too, so I dare not question its authenticity. I dare say, however, that Father Leon's devotion might have turned into madness. Why shouldn't it? Certainly. Kai's blessings know no bounds.
What do you sell, Mr.
But
Priest?
sometimes
You're not
it's
going to help me with
useful to
my
seal them in a handy flask.
Commandments, blood transfusion, mother's embrace. Oh, it's a heal. Blood healing increases up to 200% over 4 seconds. Fires 7 spirituality. Penetrable shield. Oh, that could be really good.
May Kai's word always guide you. In the word, you will find solace.
I don't think so, Brother Regan. Let us head to... Where do I want to head to? There's so much here. The way west it looked like. It looks like north is the main way to go. I would like to make this toothache medicine. Oh, that hurt. If I can. There's a cooking pot. Can I not cook this here? No, I need an alchemy station. That's right. Okay. Let's see if I can find one of those. So cooking pots on the bottom. Athletics going up. Very good. That's the smith. Where's their alchemist? If they have one. I wonder what that tower is. What the fuck is this? Arthur's memory. Holy shit, is that Excalibur? Dude. This thing is huge. Oh, this is like my idol pose. Cool. Arthur's memory. Pull out. Pull out.
This feeling, it was so strong, so real. I remember now.
Mufasa.
The weight of it. The power. This blade was never just steel. It was a part of me.
Excalibur holds a piece of your soul.
Yes, the sensation is unmistakable, but it carries more than my soul. It carries a part of my legacy.
Why can't I draw the sword?
A sword like that, it doesn't yield easily. It demands strength of body and of will. You'll need to grow stronger before it will choose you.
More levels then. Gotcha. Understood. Oh, Arthur has a memory. Let's go back down. Ooh, what's this? Ah, someone's stash. Coins. Swift steps. Feathers. Bear pelts. Very nice. It's not marked for thievery or stealing, so it doesn't count as thievery. This guy doesn't have a alchemist station, but the doctor might. Ah, he does. Very good. Toothache remedy. There we go. All right. Toothache remedy +1. Very nice. We'll talk to Arthur in a minute. There you are.
Ah, you're back. How's the remedy?
There you go.
Thank you. Ah, I'll finally be able to eat something. Here, take this.
Essentially, I've gotten him drunk. Oh, what's this? A menu figurine. Ah. Need to ask for rewards more often. And by that, I mean all the time. Where's my... There. Oh. Emmanuel Hype. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the party. Hope you enjoy the stream. And thank you so much for tuning in. Okay, so I have this. Where is my menu? Ancient scroll. No, that's not it. Aha, here it is. 5 HP. Hell yeah. Very cool, very cool. Now to talk to Arthur. Tell me about Excalibur.
It's more than a sword. It's a promise. A blade that stands for unity, for strength, and for hope. It wasn't just mine. It belonged to Avalon. Every swing, every battle was fought for the land and its people. But Excalibur is also a burden. It demands more than just skill. It demands purpose. Without that, then it is just steel.
Interesting take, Arthur, on your beloved sword. To a point, I understand what he means. Did I level? No, I did not. Okay. Oh, nightfall is coming, so I better rest until day. Yeah, I appreciate the follow, Emmanuel Hype. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. Let's see. Quests. So. I don't know where this husband is. I don't remember his name either. Katrin was the wife, but the man's name was something. I know I found a note on it. Stream records? No, no. It's like letter. Old letter. Urfir. Okay, so if I find a man named Urfir, I can hit in that quest. Let's see. He wants me to do the ritual. Where to sound it? The prior. So I need to be stronger to pull the sword Excalibur. And for now, I'll also grab Fergus's main quest as well. Man, I can call him out all his shit. You know, Arjun's a drunk. Why do you keep stationing him at the front gate?
It's not our first line of defense. The archers are. Every man here needs to have a job. And no offense to Odrin, but let's just say we can afford to lose him.
Having a drunk guard at the front gate is not a very good look.
I'm sure the hordes of visitors clamoring at our gates can survive the insult.
Let's see. I don't want to tell him I'm here for Excalibur. It sounds like drawing a lot of attention. That's just going to get me in trouble. Is there anything I can help you with?
We've been having trouble with the dead lately. The kind that don't want to rest in peace.
I know one of those.
There are more and more of them roaming the area. It might just be the weirdness, as it has been steadily creeping closer from the north, but somehow I doubt it. Anyway, I suggest you go see Marg first.
Marg.
He knows best what's going on there.
Who's Marg?
He's our huntsman. He keeps us stocked with meat, so the lads don't have to live on fish alone. They get pretty grumpy when that happens. Right now, Marg is the only other person who's allowed to leave the keep. I'm not about to risk the life of our last link to the outside world, especially when you're so eager to lend a hand.
Not for free, though. Let's see. Do you have an idea what would be causing this?
There is a local legend about a dark druid named Slaughter?
Slaughter.
Slaughter?
The hell of a druid name.
Slaughter, that was it.
Slaughterk.
He was a
Okay.
necromancer rumored to be able to raise the dead and make them do
A
his bidding.
Druids can be
Quite an old
necromancers.
legend,
Interesting.
though, so unless he managed to raise himself from the dead, I doubt he's behind
A
this.
lich. You tell me more about the cemetery.
It's old. From what I've heard, it even predates the Horns of the South. The keepers and the people from the village below used to bury their dead there, but after the flood, it's been pretty much abandoned.
The flood.
Yeah, damn druids. They flooded a village of innocent people just to show everyone
Jeez.
they're still in power. Fat lot of good it did them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad we got rid of them. The things they could do were unnatural.
Where's the cemetery?
It's not far, and it's hard to miss. But honestly, I'd suggest you go see Marg first. You don't really know what you're walking into, so if I were you, I'd try to learn as much as possible beforehand.
Always a good idea. You're sending to your men to
The
investigate.
captain forbade anyone from leaving the keep, so I couldn't. And truth be told, I didn't particularly want to. We don't get many recruits, and you're, well,
I'm what? It's disposable. Okay, free to go over. Disposable?
your words, not mine.
I'll do that.
Try not to get yourself killed, and get rid of whatever's been causing the problem.
What the Forgotten
Yes?
Cemetery? Oh.
Why not? Don't tell me you're afraid of ghosts.
Oh, piss off, Fergus.
Don't annoy them and you'll be fine.
I like to speak with the captain.
Just as I thought. If you have friends among the knights, you'll want to talk to the captain. But that's not happening anytime soon.
Why the fuck not?
Because I said so.
No.
What?
Of course.
Did you really expect that you could just enter our keep and head straight for the captain's quarters? There wouldn't be much point in having walls
Yeah.
and guards here if anyone could just do that, would there?
I can threaten him. I'm not going to do that. This pin should tell you about some friends in high places.
So what?
I like how...
And have you helped any of my people? Or are you just here to wave that pin?
Okay,
in
I
my
like this
face
guy. I
again?
like this game. This is
First,
more...
Show me you care, and then I'll take you to the captain. I can't have every random
Better
stray
RPG.
wasting his time.
I'm reminded of
Not
Skyrim
now,
where you can just
when
walk up to the
outcome of
Jarl and just
war
start
its
talking to him.
tribes is so precarious.
Which
I
keeps
trust we
things going, of
understand each
course,
other.
but... You know, it's not very... There's not a lot of effort in that. Thursday. First to work in the audience.
Good. Come back when you've proven your worth to the Horns of the South. Then we'll talk.
The good news is, I'm already helping...
If you need rest, you can sleep in the barracks.
Oh,
It's no royal
barracks.
chamber, but it's better to sleep under a roof than under the stars, right? Especially in this horrible weather.
whatever you say. Fergus. Okay, so I have some quests now. So I don't know where Kefir is. I don't know where the Prior is. Keeper wants me to do the ritual, which is probably going to spawn a fight. The cemetery would probably be the best thing to go for. So, set a bonfire. If I just sleep, does that count? No, I guess not. I think a bonfire doesn't cost anything. It's kind of, it makes me think about the hardcore mode. Set a bonfire. I did set a bonfire. I guess that doesn't count. In the hardcore mode, you can only save at bonfires, but it costs nothing to set a bonfire, so makes it a little more It seems a little more tedious and challenging. I'm glad I just picked veteran. Okay, if I can find Marg, then... Oh, this is marked as a... Does he want me to fuel it? Not really. Well, I'll try and find Marg, at the very least. He said he was the hunter, and I saw a archer over here. Perhaps it's him.
Didn't expect to see you.
Beacon?
You all right, newbie? Have you been to see the refugees? I can't believe poor Cole was put in a cage.
Who's Cole?
Hey, what a mess. Cole came to us with a group of refugees from some nearby villages. They were looking for shelter from, well, everything that's been happening here. Bandits, the weirdness, the Del Reader, hunger.
Del Reader?
I was happy Fergus let them in and allowed them to stay. You'll meet them in the village. They live in the buildings up high. Not long ago, though, Cole started acting very strange, erratic, sometimes even aggressive. One of our keepers, old Mahon, tried to calm him down. He might have used too much force, and Cole felt compelled to defend himself. He bit old Mahon. And since then, the old fool has been lying in the infirmary. Frankly,
Jeez.
I think Mahon brought it on himself. They shouldn't have put that poor man in a cage. Wait, if you ever meet Patrice, please give her those flowers. I know it's not much, but I'd like her to know she's not alone. I support her and the other refugees. And I'm sure there are more of us who do.
Sorry about that. All right. So, with that, I suppose I should be looking into finding this Marg guy. I'm gonna check the barracks. This is this guy right here. Siggybold, no. Where the fuck is Marg? I'd like to go take on that cemetery barracks, so that I could come and go here as much as I want. Marg. Oh, it's tempting. It's tempting to steal, but it's Lanzo. Tempting, tempting. But I'm no thief. Where are you, Marg? The jail. He's not gonna be in there. Maybe Siggy Bald
Good to
knows.
see you again. The pledge today was very interesting, wasn't it? The certainty in Quartermaster Aymer's voice. Beautiful. Makes one eager to start work.
Good to see you too.
So, what do you need this time?
He just,
Pass again?
he has no idea.
Are we planning a trip to the Stale Lamb? Hey, not this time, my friend. I've run out of ink. I'm waiting for a delivery. Steward Orla will let me know when more arrives. In the meantime, I need to ask you for a favor. So, you in?
I have no idea who this man
Our
is,
long friendship-
but he seems to recognize me. What do you need, pal?
You do know it needs to stay between us. Do you understand? Say you understand.
Oh, I understand.
Fantastic. So, here's the thing. On a recent night out at Ron's, it seems I may have left some sensitive documents at the bar. Documents, with Captain Fergus' seal. But not necessarily sealed by him. You know what I mean.
I see.
I can't really go there right now.
Little forgery in our
Get them
heads.
back for me. I'm sure it won't be too much of a problem.
I'll do it.
Splendid. When you have the documents, meet me at the third crowing of the rooster. Or just find me. I'll be around.
I'll do that. Great. Interesting. Ooh, what is this? I can't even see it through the glare of the sun. There was a tower here, right?
Nothing bad happens today.
Who said that?
Hey,
On.
hey. Hello. Are you also wondering why the heck we need them?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lighthouses. Why the hell are Dara and his workers pushing so hard to build the second one? Is one not enough? Is it because one is less than two and less is worse? I mean, two lighthouses next to each other are almost the same as one, and ships don't even sail this way anymore.
If not two lighthouses, then what? Maybe it's about tradition or symbolism.
Ah, symbolism.
Ah.
Yeah, maybe. Whatever that is.
Imagine ships don't sail here anymore.
Why would they? The waters are treacherous, so no ships. Storms and the weirdness are a deadly combination.
Tell me about it, buddy.
Besides, who'd have the time to build or repair them? There are enough problems on the island. We don't need more.
I'm content with the horns of the south.
Well, not much going on here.
Yeah, I got that.
Things have been a bit different lately, due to the refugees.
Refugees.
One was even hanged for theft, but I can't say much more. You should visit our museum. You'll learn more about that fella, Swal, or whatever his name is.
Benefit game. Hey, welcome to the party. Appreciate the follow, man. Very cool. Very cool to have you. Thank you so much for the follow. Museum.
Aye, it's boring, but at least you don't have to pay to enter. But almost nobody goes there anyway.
And what do you think about the
What
refugees?
do I think? As long as they follow the rules, they can stay. And if they don't, then they can hang. That's all.
Oh, man.
Folks are saying that there's
This guy.
some other group, probably more dangerous,
Jeez.
not so far from here. If they come closer, well, that wouldn't be too good.
All right, then.
I don't get it. This is a massive investment.
You just don't get it, you know? Poor guy. That's fine, though. I'm still looking for Mark, and I don't know where he is. I was told to set a bonfire, and I did. But that did not do anything. It is dreams. Which quest is that? Dead. Oh, he must already be there then. Okay. That's fine. Grab some of these burdocks. Alchemy's always good. Alchemical stuff. Where am I going? East, east, go east. East, east, east. I hope there's an exit here, otherwise I'm gonna have to jump. Oh man. No, we're we're good. We're okay. Oh shit. Oh no 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 no. No, no, no. There we go. Not looking to tumble down this cliffside. There we go. Okay, so north. I see him. I see him on the compass. Make sure I'm armed. I don't know how dangerous this part can be. Yeah, I see you. Outlaws. Come here.
This is my lucky day.
Gotcha.
You'll regret this.
Oh, he's got knives. Won't do him any good, though. Now you're dead. Oh, branded skin. The hell is that? Coins, story knives, looter mask. Not really interested in any of this. I will take this to sell it, though. Eat my food. Oh. should be hunting. I need their leather. Wow, I do no damage. I shoot you in the ass. Nope. There it goes. I'm glad that this deer is stuck because I don't think I could kill this thing. Oh, he just fell. Okay, good. Do these inflict bleeding? Broken arrows. Venison. Deer pelts. Nice. Okay, I need those for smithing. I'm going to steal all these vegetables. Parsley. Tomatoes. Very nice. Very nice. Cabbage. Potatoes. Cabbage. I need those for cooking. There's my sword. Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark.
Face. I haven't seen you before.
You're Mark.
It depends on who's asking and why. No, I'm kidding. I don't meet many outsiders these days. I'm Marg, a hunter in the service of the Horns of the South.
Okay, I'm not looking to talk to this guy about himself. Quartermaster told me you have a problem with the undead.
I don't know what it is about this place, but even the dead hardly ever get any rest. Though I'll admit, it's getting worse lately. They keep emerging from the local cemetery in numbers greater than that small plot of land ever held. So I'm guessing we might have a necromancer on our hands.
Oh, good.
And here I thought after the Charred Conclave, we'd have more than 100 years of peace from them.
Can't you deal with yourself? No. You don't have problems with necromancy in
Only
these
every
parts.
century or so. But even that's too often if you ask me. Something seems to draw them here. Well, it's probably all that death.
That
The
would do
South
it.
has always been restless. And after what happened with the sunken village, I guess death has seeped into the very soil of this land. Must be quite alluring for that lot.
I'm not going to insult him. I'll find out what's happening.
Good. And try not to die. That undead swarm doesn't need any more recruits.
You're being kind of an asshole in this game. I don't need to level. I don't think I need to cook either. Yeah, I've got plenty of food. Okay. Where is this place? Hunter's camp. Directly to the north. Alright. Let's save. Alright. Hopefully I can get some levels too. What the fuck are those things? Whatever they are, they're evil. Grindilo? Grindylos? What the fuck? Some kind of weird goblin? Oh, that hurt. That was not good. Oh, damn. Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh, shit. Okay. Definitely be more careful with those. Much like the last time when I fought those red caps on the beach. I will literally have to just attack them and run away. Here, let's pull them. Well, that didn't hit him, but that's fine. Gotta be careful. Damn. Fucked up my parry. They're a little hard to hit too. Want to use your environment for these kind of fights. Oh no, they're running away. They must have an aggro range. More importantly, does their health reset? It does not. Good. Stack bleed on this little bastard. Yeah, come on. Gotcha. Oh! He went flying. Damn. Oh, monster the hammer. Nice. This is kind of like first-person Witcher, is what it reminds me of. The Witcher's obviously was it Polish? Like Eastern Europe mythology. This is more, oh shit. Oh, we tried. One more hit should do it. Gotcha. I'm curious how much these hammers are worth. My bag. They weigh a shit ton. They're not worth all that much though. Shame. Yeah, these are worth crap. Okay. Don't need those. Not necessary. Carnations. Some more food. Oh, skeletons. You know, I saw that you can actually chop trees, but I think it's only specific trees. Which is a little strange. Yeah, I guess it's only specifically marked trees you can cut down. Which is a little strange, but I guess at least it's in the game. Not very fleshed out. Of course, these things are immune to bleeding. Why did I think I could bleed a skeleton? Right, Dim Guide? Oh, you little minions. What I'll need to do is start training against Doom Guide minions. They're pretty weak. I'm not even gonna bother picking up any of that. Oh, this guy met an unfortunate end. Let's see. That's where I'm supposed to go, but what's this? Heal. What's this for, Mr. Skeleton? Got you with the parry. You're too slow. Far too slow. Oh, cobwebs, I want those. I'll need to head back to that statue as well and make the offering. Oh, wolves. Parry a wolf, interesting. I'm getting better at parries. Oh, these guys throw rocks, huh? It's a bit of an idiot because he throws rocks in his front. Corpse eater. You're the reason these skeletons are here to begin with. And you're dead. And invisible. Wolf pelt, definitely want that. Okay, so these red rocks heal you. Interesting. Come here, skeleton. Oh, too slow and sluggish. I leveled up though. Oh no! I hate shit. Oh man. Oh. Too cocky for my own good. You just cut my head clean off. I need to be careful with those skeletons, damn. You one-shot my ass. Need to make use of Arthur time too. Been holding for boss fights though. What is he? He's trying to like PvP swivel. Ducking left and right, trying to make me miss. Okay. Oh, there's skeletons everywhere. And that wolf. I might be able to... Damn. That's a lot of damage. Maybe to clear some of this chaff out before they all turn on me. That stubble hit with the two-hand is pretty nasty. Oh shit. Throw your rocks, throw your rocks. The swordman cometh. Better. Gotcha. Keep dodging. Won't do you any good. Okay, I think that's all the sword skeletons. It looks like bandit camp. Oh, I can level. Yes. Definitely strength. Absolutely strength. What did that put up? Ah, the white multiplier, that's right. That's from what I'm wearing. Great, I've got 5 strength now. And... there's still... increase attack speed. I already have 1 point on that. Reduce stamina, that would be great, but it might be best to just put a point to each, maybe. Practicality. Armor. Increase armor value. Oh, a Thorns build would be great. Hedgehog Knight. Burns 25% damage back to the attacker. That would be excellent, actually. With as much damage as I take in veteran mode, that talent becomes very strong. Endurance, well, shields. Not really into shields. I'm a sword man, not a shield man. This would be strong too. 20% more money. No, I'm gonna start building towards this Hedgehog Knight. A little bit of tankiness. Yeah. Hedgehog Knight and Lifesteal. Lifesteal's gonna be great. I already have some inbuilt lifesteal from my talents. More skeletons. They're not very perceptive. It's easy to get a first strike on them. Gotcha. Cobwebs. They do drop cobwebs, which is very good. This is a dungeon? Oh, it definitely is. Okay. Let's clear out the top side first. Before delving down. Delving deep. Man, they all got fucking great swords too. The little... that could have killed me right then. Arthur timing. Is that water though? Oh, I don't got the stamina for this shit. There we go, it's one at least. He's PvP swaying. Yeah. I'm lucky they take such a long time to wind up. I have plenty of time to hit them and stagger. Come here, you little bastard. Corpse eaters. Oh, he's got dodge rolls. Nice. But not fast enough. He likes to disappear when he dies too. Cobwebs. Any cobwebs? No. Cobwebs. No. Cobwebs. Nothing. Can these be open? Oh, but these are like mini dungeons. These are actual tombs. I'm reminded of Void. Let's quick save for sure. Zombies. poisoned meat. Skeleton. Oh, that hurt quite a bit. And I'm dead. No stamina. No stamina and stagger. Damn. That sucks. Oh well. Wasn't that far back, so try it again. Once more. Veteran difficulty is pretty difficult. By that I mean everything hits like a fucking truck. So I think I'll get a lot of use out of the armor skill trees. Shit. The stacking attack speed is nice too. Cobwebs. Oh. Lunge at me. I forgot these things can do that. Oh, that hurt. Gotcha. Canine meat. Blood clots. Monster blood. Coins. Looting the dead. Tasteless. Oh, he turned around and he just cut me down. Motherfucker. Damn. That was... Oof. That was, I deserve that. Way too cocky for my own good. Gotcha. Okay, that's one. Not interested in what I'm gonna eat. I forgot I could shove. Oh, this could be bad. Okay, we're good. Could be. Does not mean is. Cannon meat. Gotcha. Blood claw and monster blood. Okay. This guy fucked me up. Okay, yeah, there it is. Good to know that they can instantly attack once backstabbed. One more. Two more. There we go. Monster blood. I'm gonna assume this is the way back there. Oh. Health potions. Keeper vigor. Increased movement speed. Very nice. Oh, there isn't a door there. There's coins here. $30 bones? Well, they're white, so they're not useless. But what would I craft with bones? Oh, hello. Oh, shit. He's just gonna stand there. Yeah. Come here. Oh. And another. Nice. Coin purse. Lockpicks. Sharpening stone. Nice. This guy had a lot of shit. Too bad he's dead. Bone meal. I'm sure that's useful for something. What is this? Can I mine this? No, that's my axe. I can't mine it. Because it would, the mining option would come up. Okay. The lock seems to be broken. Okay. No way from there. Terrific markings. Let's quick save and go this way. This is gonna suck. Okay. I would fuck that up. Oh shit. The most disappointing thunk there was. Oh man. So range attacks can actually be friendly fired. Like the enemies can hit each other range attacks. But melee, it looks like that's not the case. Coins. Bones. Blight opal. Inflicts poison. Lockpick, sharpening stone. I'm not sure if these are actually worth anything. Let me check. Oh shit, yeah, 600 gold? And it's marked as garbage. Yeah, alright. Okay, game. Mark this shit as garbage, yeah. You're right. We'll get a little bleeding tails. And then mace. Oh, damn. It's a quick save. Alright. What's down here? Someone made camp down here. And promptly died. That's good. This looks less like a crypt, more like a ruin. I don't even... Points. Potatoes, onion buns, sharpening stone. Nice. What are the sharpening stones for? Use as a base resource for upgrading equipment. Oh, okay. Very good. What about the light opal? How do I... Like 2% of max HP is damage every second. How do I put that into something? I'm going to assume back at the smith. Well, I can dig here. Oh, yes. Treasure. Hell yes. It's become well worth my time to come down here. Okay. Maug?
Oh, who's come to visit me here? Surely you're not here to steal my treasures, are you?
I didn't even see her. Who are you?
Oh, they call me all sorts of things. Evil spirit, lurking fiend, imp fae, nasty little thieving pest. But really, my name is Mark.
Maug. Are you really a spirit of fate and all that?
We're definitely not fae. That's something else entirely. I'm what people wanted to believe in. The one who snatched their last coin for a beer, swearing they had it just a moment ago. The reason they can't find their left sock in the morning. The cause of a missing wedding ring, oh, so on.
Do they really call you a nasty little thieving pest?
It happens. I suspect it's because I really like to snatch people's little trinkets. But between you and me, if they paid more attention, it wouldn't be so easy to steal their things.
Which is not wrong.
You offend me in my own home. So not nice. Sure, it's junk to you now, but when you have to head out into the cold and can't find one glove, well, suddenly it becomes very important. And that glove? I've had it for ages.
Why do you steal
Well, I'm
gloves?
just helping people appreciate the little things. Because those are the only things that truly matter in life, right? At least that's what some bores say. Nah, it's just hilarious watching you all lose your minds over a missing key or a sock. And I've been doing this for centuries. It's second nature by now.
Centuries? How old are you?
I don't remember exactly. 9, 10 centuries at least, maybe
Holy
more.
shit.
15, 23, I don't know.
You really enjoy tormenting people.
Of course. I mean, the funniest part is, you live in a place where you shouldn't even be, staring death in the face every day. And yet, you get the angriest over the smallest things. The Red Plague? Oh, you'll manage somehow, but where the hell is my favorite pipe?
You never thought about stealing something bigger, gold or jewels.
What is it with you people and gold? I've been around for ages, I still don't get it. I don't give a damn about gold and jewels. You talk about them, you suddenly get all serious and pompous. I'm just here for fun.
This is a strange place to keep treasures.
Strange. I thought people liked being buried with their little trinkets and shiny bits. And since I'll be dying soon, crypt seems perfect.
Dying.
That's right. I used to play tricks on people back in the homelands. Back then, they respected me. But ever since we came to Avalon, it's just been getting worse. They're forgetting. Sometimes someone still tosses salt over their left shoulder for me, or maybe leaves a little bowl of milk with honey outside, but those folks are rare now. And when they all forget me, that's the end.
You exist because people believe in you.
Yes. Is that so strange? You can convince yourselves that you have bad luck, illness, love. Why not an old crone who steals your pants?
Is there any way to save you?
No, it's just the natural order of
Is her
things.
name Mog?
I've lived long enough anyway.
Is that like an actual
But since I'm kicking the bucket soon,
folklore thing?
I could pass on some of my power to you.
Power?
What you say?
Why would you do that?
Because first you'll have to do something for me.
Of course. I don't even know why I asked. What is it?
Well, before I give you some of my power, I just want something from you. Something stolen. Nothing big or expensive, just a little trinket. Just sneak into someone's house and swipe the shoes, or grab a wooden mug from the tavern. Will you do that for me?
Fluffing practicality 10 or more. Whatever, I don't care. I'll steal something.
Great.
It's just
You
something
can either
small,
keep
right?
your word and commit the terrible sin of theft, or break your promise. And if you ever feel like a bit of thievery, I'll be waiting right here.
Interesting. Does taking from her cave count as stealing? I just stole a bunch of treasure from her little, whatever you call this. Ah, here's the, you switch to the door. There's coins in here? Shit. I didn't even notice. Do I even have anything that's stolen? I might have grabbed something on accident, but she has a bunch of shit. I don't think I have anything that's stolen. Oh well. It's only a short trip, so. The weirdness. The weirdness. Alright, where am I? Let's board it up. Wolves, I hear them. Oh, it's nighttime. Things get really weird at nighttime too. Shit, okay. I don't know if that affects the dungeons, but I wanted to clear everything out before. Crushing carp, poultry, sweet tooth. Coins, wine goblets. That could be worth something. So is all this food and crafting materials. Beef, crab, carnations, potatoes. Culinary matters with Rumpelt. Part 3. During a day on the sturdy boat named Casta, I heard tales of the sea monster. A beast with scales so hard that Jonas, a determined fisherman, shattered harpoons against it until the creature devoured him. This inspired my recipe sea monster. The fisherman also spoke of Muruk, sea maidens said to lure men with their song, dragging them to the abyss. The legend became the theme for my sea dessert. Danger and wonder lie in these waters, reflected in the stories and flavors of the South. Recipes? Sewell's Delight. Oh, nice. And damn good fish. Perfect. It gets really dark in this game at nighttime. There's that strange light again, that strange circle. And a quick save. I don't know what that means. When it shows up, something's mad at me. Archspire. What the fuck? Oh, it's just a wolf. I'm gonna kill it. Got you. Another one. Got you. Cobweb wolf pelts. It's not hunting, not traditional hunting, but their pelts are worth good. Get some good crafting nets. I need those for leather. Hopper. There we go. I know Arthur wants to talk, but just trying to clear everything else out. Okay. Let's head down here. Arthur. King Arthur. King of the Britons. I never voted for him. You don't vote for kings. Oh boy. Okay. 1 second. You're back. Just a second.
That one stuck absolutely fine, and this one from the
Okay. I've returned. I have some water. Damn, that's a big sword, Arthur. No, that's not Arthur. Who is that? Another of his knights. Huardok? Adventures of the Swan Knight. Oh, I already read this. Okay. Huardok.
Who goes there? Are you the one responsible for all that racket? People are trying to rest in peace, damn it.
They attacked me first.
You'll have to forgive them. They're a little disoriented. Waking up in this way is like coming out of a thick fog you've been wandering through for days on end. Dulls the senses, clouds the mind. Terrible for coordination.
Who are you?
My name's Huardok.
Huardok.
And I am the keeper of this place. I look after the dead. Or at least, I try to. It used to be much easier where they stayed in one place. Now I need to keep making sure they don't stray too far from the cemetery. But I'm not complaining. A little exercise
His voice is like
good for the body.
distorted as fuck. There's something wrong with this man. You're not dead, are you?
Dead, alive, what's the difference? I am here. I always have been, and I always will be, until the day I'm released from my service.
How long have you lived here?
Truth be told, I'm not quite
There's a lot of
sure.
immortal beings living in this
Has it been a
cemetery.
long time since the wave came and swallowed the village? That was when people stopped coming here. It's like the sea washed away the memory of this place as well. I don't remember much of what happened afterwards. I must have fallen asleep for a while.
I'm back. Do you know anything about what's been happening here?
I know everything that happens here. If you're looking for some juicy gossip, Becca from the third row south still has no idea where her husband is. They were supposed to be buried together, you see, but he never showed up. The scoundrel.
Scoundrel.
Everyone here thinks he got remarried and chose to rest with his second wife. Not me. I think he probably got eaten.
I meant the undead. There's been quite a lot of them.
Oh, that would be Master.
Master.
He's been
Now we're
at
getting
his
somewhere.
experiments again, I'm afraid. Getting the folks around here all agitated. Putting them back to sleep again is going to be such a chore.
Where's your master?
Master is Master. He commands the dead. I don't know much else. I'm here to serve, not to ask questions.
What kind of experiments?
Dunno. Usual. Glowing chalk, candles, and dead bodies. I even
A
saw
necromancer.
some
Okay.
faces recently,
It's been
but
established.
they didn't stay long.
Where is he?
You
Where is your
wouldn't
master?
betray his trust that easily. We barely know each other. I wouldn't tell you even if I could.
Why do you serve him?
Because it's my purpose. The sole reason I was brought back. That has never changed, just as I haven't. But I'm happy where I am. The dead need company too, you know. The folks here were forsaken by the living. At least I can make sure they're not lonely.
Right. I need to enter the
Interested
script.
in local history, are you? Good, good. The memory of those who came before us should be preserved. I can let you in. There is a small fee of 5 gold coins for the upkeep of the cemetery, of course.
5 gold coins.
It's constant work, as you can clearly
I have plenty of coins. I don't mind paying him.
Petitions for additional funds seem to have fallen on deaf ears.
I'll pay.
Bless you, kind stranger. Those old bones are not what they used to be. Here, just take the key. Be careful, though. There's evil dwelling in those crypts. Oh, and I hope I don't need to remind you not to rob any graves. It's terribly rude, and I'd rather not deal with the complaints.
Normally I'd say that they're not going to miss it, but since Wardog's so polite, I suppose I can acquiesce to his request. However, oh jeez, always left. I will be destroying these things if I come across them. The Avalon Crimes. Nothing puzzles history enthusiasts as much as the motives behind the famous crime that took place in Burrow almost half a century ago. The entire Hjor family met a sad end and took another 20 years for those responsible for this heinous act to be punished. The Hjor family consisted of the head of the household, Eol, his wife Yvain, Eol's sister-in-law, her husband, and 4 children. One day on the way back from the Samhain, I used to call that Samhain, but it's Samhain as far as I know. Celebrations, like Halloween, basically. All of them were hit by a speeding carriage. Their bodies were later found in a roadside ditch. What initially looked like an unfortunate accident turned out to be a plot hatched by the entire village. To say that the then governor of Burrow, Rokar, was not fond of Eol Hjor is an understatement. However, we do not know the reason for his enmity. It was because of Yvain, whom the governor allegedly desired. Or because of the rumors of bad meat distribution, which Eol discovered and blackmail required that he would expose him. Telling this is something we'll never know. What we do know, however, is that after the tragic accident, Rokar used blood magic to force all the residents of Burrow to take an oath of silence. The blood pact was sealed by a hefty amount of gold, which the governor distributed among the villagers, and so the villagers kept silent. Only Lieutenant Efric from the Arcane Cold Case Division will end the conspiracy. In the presence of a druid, he promised the witnesses that he could remove the blood curse, that he'd be able to clear their conscience by revealing the truth. With their help, Lieutenant Efric requested Rokar and the carriage driver, who was later to be Rokar's son-in-law Lorcan. They were both sent to trial and justice was served. Rokar and Lorcan were hanged on the gallows. The death of the innocent Hjorfin was avenged. Subscribe to the Avalon Crimes as your favorite merchant. And spit of lore. Sometimes, in a game like this, information in these books can be helpful. It may give you a hint. Why can animation cancel into a parry? Little rock at his head. Oh, damn. Oh, those skeletons hurt. Gotcha. Luckily, I heard more. Cobwebs and bones. Plates. Mine carps. I won't rob his graves. Like I told him I wouldn't. Soulstone? What the fuck is that? Charge a soulstone with each kill. Wait. When fully charged, a soulstone is destroyed and fully heals player's health and mana. Oh, and it's an equipment. Nice. Yeah. Hell yeah. No capes though. That sucks. Unfortunately, I tried to craft armor last time and I made a pile of garbage. I failed. Oh shit. Okay. I don't think I pulled them. Let's go the other way. Just so I don't get lost, I always go left. Hello. You're a very big and tough one, aren't you? Too slow. Gotcha. What's he got here? Coin purse. Antler fragment. Wooden mallet. Barrel charm. Increased physical damage by 3%. Oh. Is that a... What is that? Necklace? No. Ring? No. Gloves? No. Moose mask. No, it's not that either. I don't know how to equip that bag. Weapon relic. Oh, okay, I see. So that goes on my sword. Okay. Keep that in mind. Requires key to the inner crypt. Okay. My assumption is that's the way I'm supposed to go. So I suppose now I'll go right here. Me, you little bastard. Got you. Shit, okay. Damn. Watch stamina. There. Getting better at parrying. Much better at parrying. You can master that. This shouldn't get too difficult. Better in difficulty or not. Skeletons. These guys are dangerous. These guys hurt very bad. Oh, shit. They do stagger pretty easily. The little PvP shuffle though is kind of funny. Make sure to take their bones. There's something up here. I see it. Come on. Just... I don't think I can get in from here. I'll have to go around. Holy shit, okay. I quick saved. You're a big one, aren't you? Whoa. This is gonna suck. Okay, they don't have much range, so let's try a little magic. Immune to bleed. I can still train them. At that point, I may as well just fight him melee. They're pretty slow. So I'm not too worried about this. He does look like he's gonna one-shot me though if he gets like... The train. He's got no lunge and I'll be okay. He's got two. He's got a slash, a stab, and a spin. It's good to know. Just in and out. In and out. Got you. Quick sword. Stone sword. Lost Knights. Lost Knights are guardians of forgotten places, abandoned and stripped of the reverence they once commanded. At first glance they appear as statues, but the moment you avert your eyes, they awaken. Though slow, these knights never tire, relentlessly pursuing anyone who just dares disturb their peace. Many have vanished in the halls they guard, while the few who survive spent the rest of their lives dreading the sight of stone statues, never daring to turn their backs on them again. Weeping angels, of course. No one of them dropped a sword. Oh, wait. I have like this really crappy sword equipped. Oh, that's because I don't have the strength for these. Okay. Getting there though. How much is this sword? Well, it's worth. It weighs 100. Holy crap! Why would I ever wield this? No, I'm dropping that. I'm gonna carry that around. 100? Are you kidding me? I'll stick with the little swords. Gotcha. Bone. It doesn't count as grave robbing if it's in a casket, right? What's this? Acorn. This acorn is glowing. Coins, lockpicks, swift steps, throwing knives. Oh, lots of stuff. Nice. Excellent, excellent. Oh, dude, what the fuck is that? Oh shit! Oh damn! That hurt. Flame gobbler. What the fuck? And another lost night. Thing fucking hurt. I was even blocking it. It still hurt me. Not that my block skill is very high. These guys aren't too dangerous. It's just they're very tanky. That other shit though, that flame gobbler. If there's one, there's gonna be many. Got you. And a level. Crumble. Crumble. Burn skin. Hot goo. Ew. Can I make a bonfire in here? Oh, wait. No, yeah. Darn. Okay. Let's be careful with those statues. Reinforced chest. Alright. Darn. There we go. Materia Medica Volume 7. Belladonna the Demon's Bloom. Legends whisper of a demoness with raven hair and black eyes, whose gaze killed instantly. Sir Gawain, warned by fearful villagers, polished his shield to a mirror's gleam. When the demoness sought to strike him down, she saw her own reflection and fell dead. Where her body lay, deadly bushes sprouted, their berries as dark and shining as her cursed eyes. No, very Medusa-like then. Belladonna, or deadly nightshade, is a small bush with oval purple tinged leaves. Okay. I've already picked those before. Its glossy blackberries are fatally sweet. A dozen can kill an adult. A mere 3 will end a child. Assuming belladonna brings sweating, shallow breasts, and dilated eyes for hallucinations, drag the victim into waking nightmares. Some say the plant's poison pulls a soul into eternal damnation. In small doses, belladonna uses coughs, but even they say it seems to mock the living. Belladonna's for poison then. Moss from accursed well. Coat of poison. Ah. As you can see, you also get recipes from reading the books. Like splash, razor splash. I think those are oils. Kind of like a witcher kind of thing. Meteorite doing reaching carp. I'm wary of these statues now. Waiting for them to start walking towards me to kill me. I'm at a grisly end. Rusty's spear. I don't want any of that. What the fuck? Oh, ore. That I do want. There's more ore this way, I think. I think that's what I saw. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I wish there was more ore that way. Okay. Sage. Now I want to hit all these fucking statues, make sure they're not alive. Is that our necromancer? I'll deal with him in a second. It's important to mine. Mine this ore. Just hold on, Mr. Villain. I want to mine. I think that's it though. And it's quick save. Look, he's got ore all over the damn place. You just sit there and watch you mine. It's important. Monster blood. Oh, he's got crafting mats just laying around for the taking. They're not even marked as stealing. Hold up. Hold up. I need your crafting mats. And he's got a station here. Nice. Okay, so... that toothache remedy actually heals for a shit ton of health. I like that all the healing potions are based around alcohol too. Just get fucking drunk, man. It'll do away with all your pain and your injuries. Your mortal wounds.
Careful there. Try not to step in the array. It's advanced magic. Very fragile.
I need you to stop doing whatever it is you're doing here.
Stop. Well, what I am doing here is very important. Besides, I'm hardly hurting anyone. Well, anyone that matters, that is.
You kill people and raise their corpses.
That is a gross oversimplification. I am conducting valuable research, and yes, I do get rid of vermin and give their sorry existence some actual meaning.
Vermin.
Posthumously, but, well...
you steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
Never, right? Don't tell me you care about the lives of a few bandits.
I enjoy taking them. I don't think you should desecrate their corpses.
I'm not desecrating anything. It's just flesh. There's nothing sacred about it in the first place. It starts decaying the moment you die. I'm merely prolonging its usefulness. And I've made some tremendous breakthroughs. I know people fear this kind of magic, but it creates so many new possibilities. It could change the meaning of life and death. Give those who died prematurely more time with their loved ones. We could learn to live without the fear of dying. We could treat death not like an end, but like a new beginning.
Uh-huh. You're not trying to raise an undead army.
Oh, please. Is that the only thing people can think of when it comes to necromancy?
Yes.
What use would I have with an army? My ambition isn't to command the dead, but death itself. I aim to make Avalon a place where people won't have to fear it anymore. The problem is, I keep missing something. Raising the dead is easy, but I don't want mindless minions. I want truly living undead. Yet no matter what I do...
He's got one that's like that, Hordock. Oh shit. You know the process, you don't understand its nature. Who made Hordock? You're missing... Might just be practical experience. I can't let you continue this attack. I don't... I'm gonna fail these.
And you don't understand what you're talking about. This discussion is pointless.
He's right. It's time to die.
Very well. Do you know what I like most about the dead? They don't tire, and they don't feel pain. But you will.
Let's go, boy. Oh, he dodged my swing. Oh, he's tanky. He's tanky. Oh. He's got a party comp going on. Alright. Los the wizard. Always Los the wizard. By Los, I mean line of sight. Oh, damn. This is not good. Okay. Need to watch stamina. Watch stamina. Oh, he dodged. He tried to dodge. It's much as a fool to go up against these guys just head on. Mission on veteran difficulty. Oh, I hit the wall. Come on. Oh, he just keeps summoning, doesn't he? Okay. That changes things. I'm going to get crafty. Could it be like that, huh? Okay, this sucks. Let me check my bag. What do I have here? So I thought I had poisons or something. This might be helpful. Let me check consumables. There we go. Coatings. Burn buildup. Inflicts bleed. Well, bleed doesn't do anything against skeletons, so, but this does. Light this on fire. Sword of flame. You just keep summoning them, don't you? Clearly you're undead or stupid. I'm just gonna kill you. Get back here. Fucking mages. Oh, he's running back to his spot. Okay, I see. Got out of his aggro range. And get to him before my oh, he healed up too. At least I can parry spells. That's good to know. Shit. Do I have any stamina? And stash speed. Not really. At the very least, bleed does max HP damage. Or sorry, fire does max HP damage. Okay, he doesn't summon his other skeleton unless I'm running away. Damn. Every 2 skeletons he does. Oh god, this is not good. He does. Okay, I thought every 2 skeletons he summoned a stronger one, but he hasn't summoned a stronger one yet, so keep the pressure. Die. Easy, easy. Your journal. Or sorry, your journal. Day 24 of Birchmoon. A revelation has visited me, bringing clarity and unease. My thoughts linger on those who shun me, driven by envy and spite. Like venomous shadows, they sought to discredit my work, poisoning others with doubt and discord. Yet I must rise above their pettiness and keep my purpose untainted. Day 30. As I unlock life's mysteries, I'm reminded to remain resilient. The envious, like stealthy predators, must not distract me from transcending immortality's limits. With renewed resolve, I press forward, knowing that triumph over adversity will be my enduring legacy. Certainly headstrong. What's this? Revenant armor. Or Lothair. The dead are supposed to obey, yet I've learned through painful experiences some grow rebellious. A whisper of their past selves, a flicker of defiance, it's enough to make any necromancer uneasy. So I sought a solution. If my minions insist on turning against me, why not make their remains my shield? Bone, after all, is sturdy, and with the right bindings, it holds enchantments well. Ah, here we go. Ribs become pauldrons. Spines enforce a cuirass. Skulls add an extra layer of protection. Silent, obedient, most importantly, incapable of rebellion. Binding spells keep the armor from attracting restless spirits. A simple sigil of dominance ensures that no lingering essence remains. Now when I raise the dead, I do so with confidence. If one of them turns rogue again, I'll simply repurpose them as something more useful. Revenant's Cowl and Revenant's Ribcage. Very nice. Skull Staff. Burning Ember. Skeleton Army. Oh, is that a spell? Soul Salvage. Necromancer Mask. Necromancer Robes. What does this mask look like? That's a cool mask. Oh, dude, he looks like Dr. Doom. Very cool. Unfortunately, it's the worst one I have. What about his robe? I don't have the spirituality for this robe. It sucks. Nothing else to collect here, it looks like. Ow. I thought something hurt me. I'll need more healing potions once I return. I'll probably end the stream soon. Here we are. The lightning. What the fuck? Is that a weapon? Oh shit. Holy shit, that's a big hammer. Each attack has a 20% chance to call down lightning, dealing 120% damage to enemies with a 5-meter radius. Damn. Well, strength 4 endurance, though. It'll be a while before I get that. Skeleton Army. Oh, very interesting. So your heavy cast summons a skeleton, or whatever the monster is, and your light cast commands it to attack a specific target. Soul Salvage. Remove target summoning. Restore. Okay, so this is a banish. Restores your health based on its current health. Oh, very cool. So you can sacrifice minions, is what it boils down to. Unfortunately, I am over encumbered. I think I have a ring for that, though. This might help. Yeah, definitely. Okay, cool. A magic ring. Morgaine Sensor. +5 max mana permanently. Oh, shit. I need to use that. Yeah. Okay, Yorth is dead. Oh, I hope Murdoch is okay. M4. Any more weird shit in there in this crypt? Remedy, Devil's Snare. Oh, this is where I was trying to get in earlier. Keeper's Tag. Oh, I need those. Oh, there are armorers here too. Oh, I'm already wearing armor. Okay. Specifically the Torn Keeper armor. That's fine. I can sell that for some gold. Practical guide to profitable armor. Ulrich the Gravedigger. I've spent years digging graves, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's this. Dead men don't need their skin, or their bones, or much of anything really. It's a shame to let it all rot when it can be put to good use. Take drowners, for example. Their skin turns tough from soaking in filth, almost like rawhide. Dry it out, to treat it with salt and oil, and it makes a fine layer of padding, light, flexible, and good against the cold. If you're feeling fancy, reinforce with boiled leather. Then there are the undead grave walkers, the poor sods who crawl out their coffins. Their bones, though, still solid. Grind them. Mix with resin, you've got a fine sealant for armor. Keeps rust at bay and smells better than corpse gas. I won't claim this work as noble, but a man's got to make a living. If the dead can help, why not let them? Waste not, want not, I say. He's got a point. Oh, shit, and that gave me a shit ton of recipes. Nice. Coins. Feathers, essence, chin. I must be a wand. A wand or a staff. I see, you little bastard. You're worth a lot. Come here. Your skin is worth a lot. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. I think this dungeon is complete. Oh, Hordak. Completely forgot. Your master is dead.
Yes, I felt that. He must have been surprised. People like him tend to forget that it can happen to them too.
That's one way of putting it. What will happen to you now?
I guess I'll do what I always do. Clean up, put everyone back to sleep, and then take a little nap myself. Someone will come along again sooner or later. We can't have them seeing such a mess, can we?
What do you mean what you always do?
This place is very popular with their kind for some reason. And they always leave it in such a state. It's not like it would hurt them to pick up a few bones and put them back in place.
I like this guy. I like Hordak. He's one of the better undead I've ever met. I guess this is goodbye, Hordak.
It seems so. But before you go, I have a small favor to ask. As you can see, there's quite a commotion around here. I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill all my duties before I need to rest again. Could you take what remains of the Master and place him in a special crypt I've prepared? If you feel so inclined, a few kind words about him would be welcome.
There was a locked door in there, wasn't there?
Here's the key. Well, goodbye then. And thank you for stopping by. It was truly appreciated.
He's so polite.
Though we are dead, we still enjoy having a visitor from time to time. It's nice to be remembered, even if just for a little while.
Well, you definitely be remembered, Hordak. I won't forget you. New Omnis Moria. Okay. He wants me to get his remains. I also have a level up pending, but that's fine. I'll do this for him. Right, he wants me to bring that there, so... Oh, there's hell pots just sitting here. Ripe for the taking. Let's collect his corpse. What the fuck? Did he just turn into slime? What is that? Oh, is it like his essence? I don't know what that is. But I have it. Place him in a special place. Oh. Here we are. Hordak made all this. He's like his undead butler. Slaudirk, the first of many. Oh, Slaudirk's dead? That's what that other guy talked about. A tome, and I can't read it. Oh, that looks cool. When do I get to fight that? Do I just pick a place? Moonshine, the Waning Ward. What is that? Oh, it's a shield. Each block hit increases the shield's block by 5% up to 100%. This effect resets after 50 seconds, not blocking any damage. Not bad. Not too into shields though. Aephion. His music alone would have made him immortal. Everything else was unnecessary. A backhanded compliment. Okay, so these are all set out for certain people. Oh. Loot. These must be the other necromancers. And Gelfrid. No army stays loyal to a tyrant. May they all know peace at last. He just keeps all his former masters here, or? Damn, this guy looks like a badass. Coin mead. I'm sure Wardock won't mind. Septos. He wished to raise his beloved, but chose to join her instead. May they both rest in peace. Septos. Where's Tether? I'll take that. Bottled tricks. Beric the Wayward. Some folks like big explosions. Me, I like subtlety. Magic that lingers, saps, and turns an enemy's own strength against them. That's where the Siphon Bomb and Breath Sealer come in. The Siphon Bomb is a lovely little thing. Toss into a crowd and pull magic right out of your foes, feeding it back to you. The more enemies caught, the more power you get. It's like stealing drinks at a feast without anyone noticing. The Breath Stealer is nastier in its own way. It rips the wind from their lungs, drains their stamina, makes them slow, weak, and really easy to put down. Toss it at a charging brood and watch them stagger like a drunk in a storm. Neither will kill outright, but that's not the point. Use them wisely, your enemies won't even realize that they've lost until they've already been beaten. More. Potions. Or not potions, but I guess... bombs? You want them? I've got them, my friend. Daffodils. Okay. I'll put away his ashes then. There you go. Yorth. You wanted me to say some... Oh, I can... Okay. Despite his methods, his heart was in the right place. Rest in peace. He was a fool and a maniac. Thank the gods he's dead now. You're all welcome. He picked a bone with the wrong person. It was a grave mistake. I really don't want to praise his asshole, so... There you go. Rest in peace. Ah, Wardock's gone. Or is he asleep? Wardock? I'm not gonna steal from Wardock. I should, so I can do that other woman's quest, but what I'll do is I'll fast travel, steal something, travel back. Because I do need to level. Ah, daylight. I really shouldn't, but... Swift Dagger. Oh. No, I definitely should. Okay, let me put up a bonfire here. Level up. Okay, so I need strength for that. Those weapons. Those swords. I think the claymore is 7 strength. So I'm at 6 now. And I want to keep investing in my armor. Endurance increases your melee damage at 1 point. Not bad, but what I really want is the Hedgehog Knight, which I'll get next level. Armored skin. These are all actually really good. Fuck. The Archspire doesn't look like something built by humans.
I suppose it wasn't. I can feel it guards something primordial within. The markings on the stone resemble the work of the Foredwellers. In my time, such inscriptions would shift and change, making them impossible to decipher. Yet, I met some people who sought to unravel these mysteries. Most of them were Picts. I allowed them to explore Avalon without my oversight. And so, I remember that the Royal Geographers came to be. My favorite band of adventurers. True Pathfinders. Avalon.
Pathfinder is my favorite class in Tainted Grail Conquest. Royal Geographers. So some small callbacks to the other game, which is nice to see. If I remember right, this game was supposed to be Conquest 2, and it just took on a life of its own. Which one heals the most? 120. 100 stew, yeah. Pick one of those. Okay. I believe I can fast travel, maybe? Maybe not. I'm going to investigate this Archspire. I'm also going to slaughter this deer for its pelt. Wow. That was a lot better than shooting with a bow and arrow. Shrine of the Wolf. What the hell? Wolf Claw, I get 90% spam. Not really into stealth, so. Copper ore. Oh, 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I have returned. Okay, so the Archspire. Ooh. This looks almost as fucking as one of those fucking explodey guys. Got you. Nice. If he hadn't tried to kill me before... Oh, shit. If he hadn't tried to kill me before, I definitely would have charged in and gotten exploded. What is this place? The weirdness. It's living up to its name. Weird stone ore? Interesting. Button mushrooms, I need those for healing. Oh boy. Okay. Let me get your ore. And then we'll see if these guys are hostile. Ooh. Hollow druid?
Behold, the garden suffers. No point in pursuing further.
They did mention there was necromancer druids in the area.
The king. Oh, king. What has been done to him? What does it mean for us, mere humans?
I'm assuming they're talking about Arthur. This is a druid king. Look at all this shit. It's broken, bros. I'm sorry. Let me get some of this. All this ore. Damn. Can't quite reach it. Oh, wait. No, I have to actually hit it. Okay. Damn. Wait. There we go. 2. Okay. Gotcha. Nice. And ore. Shit. Oh my god, that hurt. We're good. I think a little stew doesn't fix. Here we go. Nice. I should go hand in this quest wood. Archspire. How close am I to a level? Not really close. Okay. Yeah, let's get out of here. Actually, I'm gonna try to grab more weird stone ore. Oh, yes. I don't know what this is. It might be valuable. Oh, iron ore. That'll definitely be valuable. Something's mad at me up there. But I don't see it. What is that? Oh shit. Redcaps. Ooh, that perfect parry. Now your friend's dead. Come on. He's actually kicking my ass. Okay. Got you. Iron Tooth. Let's head back to... This would help if I could... Oh shit, that's a bear. I'm low on health. I'm gonna run this way. If I could fast travel, it'd be wonderful, but I think I can only travel at permanent bonfires. There should be one back at the hunter camp. Oh, night is falling too. I need to hurry. This way, this way. The fog is setting in. The weirdness. Okay, I believe I can fast travel from here. if what's his name is here too, I can talk to him about the necromancer and his untimely demise. Ooh, yes, I'll take those. I need that for potions. Dang, does he sleep up here? You won't mind if I steal some of his stuff then. It's not stealing because it's not marked as stealing, so his loss, not mine. Okay, I need to cook food. 120 HP. Yeah, this is the main one I should be cooking. Next is cabbage rolls. Oh no, next is Syl's Delight. Uses raspberries. Very nice. Okay, that's plenty of food for now. Let's go talk to Mr. Mark, or whatever his name is. Mark. I've dealt with the necromancer. He's dead now.
So he shares the same fate as his minions. Ironic, don't you think? Well, at least we'll have some peace and quiet around here again. And the dead might be restless for a bit. But I'm sure Hwardak will put them back to sleep.
Oh, he knows about Hwardak.
You can report a job well done to the quartermaster.
I didn't steal from Hwardak. You know Hwardak?
Aye, I do. He's a very pleasant fellow. I may not be very fond of his masters, but well, who am I to judge a man for the oaths he's bound to? And he has a lot of respect for the dead. I wouldn't mind having someone like him looking after me after I finally shuffle off this mortal coil.
That is a pleasant thought.
Yeah,
Curious about the details.
That's all that matters to me. We're both busy individuals.
Well
Maybe
said.
one day, if Avalon permits, we'll share this tale by the campfire. But for now, let's focus on what's in front of us. Since you've proven you're brave enough to face the undead, I take it you're not afraid of the night either, are you?
Not really. Depends on why you're asking.
I might have another job for you if you're interested. A little while ago,
money.
Another traveler came through here bragging that he found a place where you could easily gather ethereal cobwebs.
Oh, really?
He
Now
was
that
supposed to return with proof.
I would like.
But, well, I'm afraid he may have met an unfortunate end, as often happens. But I'm still curious about the place he mentioned.
A traveler, who was he?
It's just a stranger who wanted to share the fire for a while. I never asked his name. I didn't see the point. There are those on Avalon who love the thrill of braving the night. They don't usually live very long. I think he mistook me for a kindred spirit.
I'll let you know when I find.
That's good. Hand me a map. I don't know the exact location, but you should find it in this area. Good luck.
Gathering ethereal webs. Oh, it's up at the Archspire. Okay. And it wants me to go there at night. That's even worse. Okay, I could've swore you could fast travel from these bonfires, but I guess not. Maybe only the ones in town. That's where I did see the fast travel option. I better get out of here before. I don't want to steal from him. I would like to try my hand at smithing again if I can. Back to the horns before nightfall. The weirdness is settling in. What is this pillar of light? Oh, this is where you fast travel. Let me see. Okay, it's not the bonfires. It's these blue things. Shit, I didn't I didn't do the blacksmith's quest. I didn't do a lot of the quests. I was... Oh, I can talk to Fergus though. Those things. I should get something stolen too. Once I have a second. What the hell? Oh, it's because my... That's right. I burned the cobwebs. Okay, so... Let's talk to Fergus. Fergus is not here. He's in bed. Okay. Let's steal something from Fergus. Yeah, how about the vase? That's stolen now? I need to check in with Fergus. Oh my god. Oh, I've got another tank, yes.
You know where to find me if you come across any more.
Oh shit, he pays lots of money for that. 300? Well, the Forgotten Cemetery.
Yes. Did you find out what's been happening out there?
A necromancer has been conducting experiments in the cemetery. He's not your problem anymore.
Great. A necromancer. Just what we needed. It wasn't the Dark Druid from the legend.
No, the Druid's fucking dead. He's been dead. I didn't feel like talking to him. No.
Good thing you got rid of him then. We already have the Dalriada almost on our doorstep.
The hell's a
An
Dalriada?
army of the undead to boot. You did well. Maybe it's not so bad having you here.
Okay, so... Nice, some nice XP boost. Next is the smith, blacksmith. I don't recall what he wanted me to get him.
It's good to have a little rest.
Machete. Okay, so last time I tried to make armor. And I fucked it up. Revenant's Cowl. That looks cool. Increased melee damage by 10. Increased weak spot damage by 10. Strength, dexterity, perception. So this is like a Revenant's Ribcage. 4 strength, 4 endurance. Okay. Corpse Eater. Strength, dexterity. Increase attack speed. I don't know how helpful that's going to be. Blade Runner's Carapace. Increase max health by 15. You could spend more time underwater. Festering Chest Guard. Oh, that's a helmet. Blade Runner's Conch. Knight's Helmet. This would be the next thing I could use. That's what I tried to make before. And I fucked it up. Increase stamina regen, increase max stamina. 5 armor. This is 10 armor though. I need leather. Can I make leather? I don't recall. I don't recall. I feel like I did make leather last time. I might have been at a camp. Oh, it doesn't cause anything to make bonfires, so I'll just put it right here. Is there not a leather crafting. I guess not. Interesting. Oh, there goes my cobwebs. Let me sell a bunch of shit to him. Maybe then. But I've got a bunch of little treasures and trinkets worth quite a bit of money. Oh, I need to identify shit. How do I... There we go. Identify. Sheep's head. And a knife +3. Okay. Mana potion. Sanguine sting. Shoot this bow costs 5 HP. Applies a massive amount of bleed. Not bad. Bear pelt and wooden clubs.
Always good to have a little rest.
Oh, can I not identify anymore? What does that cost? Cobwebs? Shit, okay. That's all my cobwebs, and I'll remember that then. We can sell this garbage. M4. Not that. Wine goblets. Gold chalice. Gold plates. Silver torque. Pearl necklace. Gold goblet. Okay. Polished diamond. Mug. Okay, so... I also have a bunch of weapons I can sell. This mace. Club. Skull staff. Not interested in stabs. Swift dagger. Knife. Mallets. Torch. So the other broadsword. Broadsword. Short sword. This mace. Shields. Crack shield. I guess I'll hold on to that shield maybe. Sanguine sting. I'm not gonna use that. Damn, this guy does not want to one of my stuff, does he? Looter's mask. This is just dead weight. Dead weight in my inventory. Athlete's Pride Golden Ring. I wonder if there's enchanting in this game. That's right, I've got relics too. So I have a shit ton of money now. I can buy his leathers. Okay, so the leather was what was holding me back. I really hope I have enough to make stuff. Oh, shit. I see. Okay, so... You can actually make up for how bad you are at crafting by adding more materials. I see. Okay. Okay, that makes a little more sense, because I was like... How am I supposed to craft anything without just fucking it up like a million times? An actual million times. Arrow making. This weapons. Spears, I don't want that. Okay, so it's iron ore and leathers. I'm just looking at his other stuff. Okay, so iron ore is going to be the big... I shouldn't, but... Let's go with 25, because I have a little gold. Let's see if I can craft something. I would love to get a chest piece. Well, they weren't kidding you. Okay, this is a lot. 50, wait, why did I go up? What a strange UI. So, after a certain point, it's the expected outcome stops being garbage. And then it shows the next step up, which is an actual item. So then it stops at 50%, so it's going back up. What a weird UI choice. Chance or worse, chance or better. Weak Knight's Breastplate, so it's 1 armor less. What about the helmet? That doesn't cost nearly as much. Crafting mats. So that I can actually wear. Do we just keep throwing shit at the... Oh no. Broken item. See, I was a fool. And I rushed too hard into crafting. And I wasted a shit ton of crafting mats last time I played. Oh well. $20 leather and 40 ore. Minimum work until he reaches requirements. I wonder what that means. I don't really have the gold to buy more ore from him. Well, he has a shit ton of ore. See, I have these bear pelts. And I'm wondering if that would give me more leather, but I don't know how to, I don't know how to turn it into leather. Handcrafting. Can I? Oh. I'm just blind. Okay, of course. Here we go. Nice. Deer pelts specifically make leather. Okay. I have like bear pelts and wolf pelts, but I guess I'm not good enough to figure out how to make those. He doesn't have any manuals either, which sucks, but whatever. $22. Yeah, I have a bunch of bear pelts. Oh well. What a shame. What a shame. Okay. We're gonna save scum this. Because I really want this armor. I just not like max it. No, I can't. It won't let me. $22. Alright, let's try it. Nice. Perfect. Not the best, but hopefully I get some good ass fucking money coming in. Oh hell yeah, there we go. I can sell my old armor. We can continue. Okay, so I can fast travel while I'm in the city. Interesting. Okay. Perform the Druidic ritual. Bother with that for now. Lost things. That's why I have to return to Maug as well. Okay. Fast travel. I guess I can fast travel there. What a shame. What a shame. The All-Mother's Shrine. I do have what I need to make the... Oh shit. I would spawn in front of these guys. Lots of drowners. All at once. Ooh. helmet's taking care of these guys. Very good. So I want that Hedgehog Knight talent. Next level, one more level. Dead. Need to aim for the arms and legs. There we go. Their body parts make for good crafting mats. I wanted to head to that All-Mother shrine, but these will give me some XP. There's a corpse eater here. One more. Okay. I think I can rest here. Not quite at a level up, but that's fine. Oh, there's iron ore here. What the hell? I didn't see anything here because it was night out. There was weirdness everywhere and I couldn't see shit. There is iron ore all over the place. Hold on. I'm gonna... Oh, is this an iron mine? I'm gonna... hit this blessing over here. And go in that mine. No, these guys, I remember killing them. I think it's in here. I'm supposed to leave an offering. What was it again? I do wish the readables were in the journal. It's recipes. Readables. No. Ancient scroll. Venison, onion, and garlic. No, that's the other one. Hermit diary. No. Letter. No. Old letter. No. This is my newest. No, no, no. 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 Nope. 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 Nothing. What the fuck? Oh well. No blessing today. If I have a clove of garlic, I can make an offering to the druid shrine. That's way over there, man. Damn. Flooded mine. Another dungeon to enter. All right. I didn't have a quest to go down here, but with as much iron ore as there was outside, makes you wonder if there's more to be found in here. Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Never mind the blood on the ground. don't care about that. I just want iron ore. That drowner equipment would come in handy here. Lets you swim longer without needing to breathe. No iron, no iron. Corpse eaters. Let me in. Let me in. You're a big one, aren't you? You're really big. What the hell? I can hit him, but he can't hit me. Which is good. This is perfect. Because I just know, you just know, he'd one-shot me. Give it a chance. Oh, careful there. Oh, that actually hit me. I deserve that. Okay, so he can through the holes. Just be careful. Come on, you big bastard. Ow. Gotcha. Armor from corpse eaters. Oh, shit. I've worked iron bone and weird tainted chitin, but nothing unsettles the hands like the flesh of corpse eaters. Tough, sinewy, and stubborn against the blade, it clings to death like a jealous lover. Make armor of it, for strip the hide while the beast is still warm. When it's cold, the flesh stiffens like dry tendon, so it can mix of brine and charcoal ash. This purges the lingering rot and hardens the skin without making it brittle. When layered, it resists slashes better than boiled leather, yet moves easier than plated mail. Many scavengers and druids prize such garb, though few wear it long. They speak of whispers in the dark, of unseen eyes watching from the gloom. Dead, called to their own after all. Corpse Eater's cap. Very nice. I'm sure he was the final boss of this dungeon, but in my defense, he could hit me as well as I could hit him. Oh, there's something down there. I want it. Nice. Yeah, the drowner armor would be great here. I have to make it eventually. I think there's something else down there. Lockpick. Okay, I think that was it. To get out of this damn place. There we go. Ooh, we jumped pretty high. I need more ore. There's a chest up there, but no way up. Okay. Maybe it loops back around. Let's go up here first. I should check. I should check what's over here. Nothing on the ground, but there is a pathway. Coins. Nice. Always helpful. Always helpful. So that goes down, this goes up. I'm assuming this loops me back around, hopefully. Bit of a tight squeeze in here, isn't it? Something's very mad over there.
Keep your eyes
Shit. Bandits. Was I expecting bandits to be here? There's corpse eaters all over the place. don't really have a way to... There's no copper or iron ore up here. How am I supposed to deal with these bandits? Easy. Hit them. Oh, these are peasants. Fuck out of here. Actually, that hurt quite a bit. Give me this. This is what I want. Sure I didn't miss anything here. Nah, nothing. All right. The old-fashioned dungeon crawl. Come on. Weak. Oh, he had coins. No, come back. Damn, he sank like a fucking rock. Oh. I'm being attacked, though. There we go.
Right. Keep your eyes peeled.
Ow.
I'll take you down with me.
Oh, I see his archer. Alright, just circle around. Weak. That's the level up. That will give me Hedgehog Knight, too.
You've been fertilizing the soil.
Fertilize. My armor's gonna kill him.
Beg for mercy.
And you're dead. No, come back. Garlic. I need that. I like that the corpses don't have any water physics. Okay, does this... No, okay. I was worried the lockpicking would not stop my breath from going down. There's like a passageway here. Fuck, okay. Get my breath. There we go. Nice. Okay. Where the fuck am I? Oh, this is where the boss is. Okay. This must be a shortcut. Which means... more bandits to slay. Maybe? That doesn't look like a bandit. No, those are corpse eaters. Shh, okay. I want this. And this way. Slaughtering bandits. No ore. I want ore. My snake is horrible. I'm not gonna be able to sneak up on this guy.
Watch your back.
But I am gonna hurt him. I want your campfires. I need to level. Oh, rocks at me. Oh, milkmaid.
Beg for mercy.
Too slow.
Not looking so good now.
Weak. Honey. Nice. Delicious. Give me some honey. Honey toast.
I'll teach you to respect me.
Very good for the HP gain. Respect this. Where's the other one? There's one more left. There's two more left. Oh shit. I'm gonna loot their shit in the middle of fighting. Where are you?
Say your prayers.
Where? Where? He's shooting at me. Alchemy station. I don't want to fall and hurt my HP. Rest now. Another, yes. Coins. Health potion. Also no curse of alcohol poison. Oh, that's the poison. Right. Cider. Pick up any and all alcohol. I need that for potions. Where are you? Where you are, you son of a bitch? Come here. Wake.
Say your prayers.
Where are you? There you are. Ow. Got moves?
Beg for mercy.
Too slow. Oh, the perfect.
Fertilizing.
Fertilize this. Oh, I see you up there. I see him up there, but I have no way up there. Shit. Okay. Do it the old-fashioned way. Not like that. Dang, you move slow as fuck when you're pulling your bowstring back. Alrighty, where'd you go? I guess he's gone. Can I level here? No. I can only cook. That's fine. Hunter stew. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was the garlic. Shit. Oh well. Cabbage rolls. I can loot properly. Raspberries are good. So is milk. I want that bandit. Where did he go? What are these dead guys? Dead fisherman. He's up there, but how do I get up there? There's no way up there from there.
Something's not right.
It's me. Well, I'm coming for you. What's that? There's something down there. Oh, there's corpses down here. What the fuck? Got coins at least. I'm assuming they met their untimely end at the hands of the corpse eaters. Yep, there they are. Oh, you were lucky there. Yeah. Again. You throw rocks at me? Come here. Golden ring. Nice. Treasures. Treasures. No ore, though. Disappointing. I was hoping for a lot more ore. Oh. I'm just blind. Very good. Very good. I didn't need that, but... more core. Oh, shit. Man, that hurt. At least they gave me... At least they gave me some heavy armor skill. I want this. Oh, they don't like that. They don't want like that. I wanted that. Alright, you bastards. Holy shit, that's a lot. Oh shit, okay. Let's dial it back a second. Damn. Damn. Relentless little bastards, aren't they? Holy crap, okay. I've whiffed. Whiffed it so bad. Okay. I'm getting a lot of skill ups from getting hit all the time. They are very small. And the hitboxes in this game are really accurate. So you miss on your screen, you fucking miss. They duck down and they roll out of the way. You really did miss. Okay. Did one go away? Or did he die? Oh, he died. For my spiky helmet. Okay. And finally, some peace. If you can cook again. Sewell's Light is good. There were cabbage rolls. I think that's the way. That was where the shortcut was, so this way should be. This may lead me to that final bandit. Nah, I don't want that. Nah, I don't want that either. I guess not. Oh. Crabs. Beef. Yes, yes, yes. All good. All very good. Food is very good in this game. Well, there's no way up here either, so I suppose that last bandit will be the one that got away. Because, I don't see shit in terms of getting up there. He's up there. Unless I just climb up the rocks, maybe. Rusty steel breastplate. Oh. I should have came here early on. Wait. Oh, that was not good.
You fight like a milkmaid.
I got your milkmaid right here, buddy. Come here.
I'll have your head on a pike.
Fuck this guy. No, really.
I'll take you down with me. I'll have your head on a pike.
Hold on, let me get my mana back, and then I'll kill you. I'll kill you dead, buddy.
You fight like a milkmaid.
Need to drain some mana from you. Or HP.
You'll regret this. You'll have to do better.
There you go. No, go back here. Oh, he had cabbage. Very nice. He actually had quite a bit on him. Excellent, 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 excellent. Unfortunately, there was no way. That was a dead end, so. Now, normally, here would be where I deal with the big corpse eater. But I chased him, so when of that happening. What was that? Oh, I thought that was ore. That's the shortcut. This is where the big boy was. Lockpicks. Reinforced chest. Oh, yes. Treasure. He was guarding treasure. There we go. 125 coins. Nice. Last stand. Wood. Poison arrows. Summon corpse eater. Really reduced mana and unit locks. Oh, does that make me actually like immortal? Summon corpse eater. Very cool. Very cool. Iron ore. More ore. All right. That is a dungeon. Complete. Oh, here's the chest. Nice. Another one. Coins, sharpening stone, iron arrows. Not bad. Here I can level up, and then I can now wield my claymore. So this crappy sword. This broadsword. Broadsword. Excellent. All right. Shit, it's nighttime too. Oh, there's treasure here. It's, yes, money. Always good. Was there always a bunch of dead naked dudes here? The fuck? I know there's drowners, but... Harp. I think during that fog, I may have gotten a little lost. There's a cave there? What the hell? Since when? Let's... shit. Okay. There. I can now wield my new sword. That's what I wanted. Furthermore, I now have Hedgehog Knight, which will definitely help. Cabbage rolls. Cabbage rolls. Knight of the cabbage roll. Sun's setting. Was it rising? Oh, it's rising. Okay. That means I just came out just at the right time. I got fucked over by the night. Okay. It says there's a cave at this lake, but I don't remember seeing one. Oh. Speaking of, new sword. Oh, this is a huge increase on damage. Hell yeah. I found this breastplate too, but it's worse than what I have, so... I suppose next I'll start going for endurance. Start spamming potions of these. Nice. Corpse eaters. Oh man, he got destroyed. Okay, there was a fast travel here I didn't realize. Okay. What I get for not taking the path I'm supposed to go? I went around. Okay, where's this cave? Is that it there? There's also a camp up there. Oh, jeez, okay. No. Shit, I got no choice now. I'm not going up to that camp. Oh, there's people have been like thrown from the rocks here. What the hell? More importantly, there's ore here. Fuck those guys. No, I want that ore. What a shame. Ore? No. Oh, yes, iron ore. More important than copper. I don't know if I even have any copper recipes. Now, where is this cave? Is it underwater? Shit, I didn't even look under here. You got money? Nope. Oh shit, I think I see it. Okay. I'm gonna quick save. I can't quick save. That's fine. Down here. Blood cave. There's so many secrets. Secret areas. Blood stains a circle. What is that? To learn more about this place, I must press forward. Okay. I hope I'm a decent level for this. What the fuck? That's what you call a blood angel. A horrific form of torture and, well, it's more of an execution. But one of the worst ways to go historically. There's swords everywhere. Who's that guy? This is a cave made for me. What are they doing? Who is this? Mallory?
You shouldn't be here.
Like,
this is no place for the living.
Sir Thomas Mallory?
Poor sod. I pity you.
Who are you?
I think my name was Mallory. I wandered in search of meaning, until one night, a very special dream came to me. In that dream, a beautiful, towering flower whispered to me, "You will find me, if you want me, in the garden." And so, I resolved to seek that place. This is what I found.
Who the fuck?
From the rain to the gutter.
The garden? The hell is that?
It's what lies beyond those ever watching, ever listening doors. They wait for our next move. Soon, it will all be decided. When we finish our little conversation, all will be set in motion.
It's a threat. I'm intimidated. I don't have the strength for that. What does it mean?
That's a good question, but I do not know the answer. I've grown weary of seeking it. Too much time spent in a loop of nasty thoughts.
What is that place?
You should not ask me. The Druids created this place. They called it the Hall of Trials, as they sought to find a worthy pet for themselves. We all wanted to see the garden, to learn something from those cunning vermin. I doubt they expected such an outcome themselves.
Why don't you just leave?
I cannot. I am bound to it for eternity.
What exactly happened here?
The slaughter has come to pass. A foul affair. Brutal beyond measure. Many lives reduced to one. Just me. All on my lonesome. Humans have a rather dreadful tendency to descend into madness, especially when forced to live among others in a cage like that one.
How many of you were here? It's like a lot.
Try counting. I grew tired.
If every sword is one warrior.
Long ago, we slaughtered one another until, after countless hours, I awoke from the frenzy, only to find there was nobody left to kill. Poor Alice and Edan.
Edan?
Those
Alice
were
and
the
Edan.
last two I killed. Those two I remember most clearly. Their bodies lie somewhere over there. It's staggering, isn't it? How many good lives have been wasted in this.
It doesn't explain his appearance.
Perhaps
I'm assuming the druids
we
did something
should
to him.
finish our conversation. There's no point in dragging it out
At least he's-
anymore. If I could ask you one thing, try. Just try. I truly wish
You asking me to
leave
fucking
this
kill him?
place for good.
Oh shit. Alright, Mallory. Oh, it's on. Oh, damn. That hurt. Oh, and I'm dead. Goodness. My assumption is I should come back here later, but as soon as he knocked me down, that was it. There was no way I had... I didn't even see how much damage I do to him. Here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna strike him. I'm assuming that's Alice and Eden. I'm gonna try to hit him. Maybe. Just maybe. What the fuck? If I do decent damage to him, I should be okay. I do decent damage to him. Oh shit. Here it comes. That shield bash is killer. He's not that strong though. Mallory, you prick. No. Got you. Carrying sword +1. Axe shield +3. Chestplate of the last man. Base of the last man. Oh, I'm over encumbered. But I did get some weapons. Parrying sword. Successful parries deplete 101% of the... Damn. No wonder I got knocked down as soon as he parried me. He dropped armor too. Chestplate of the last man. Oh, that's cool. And his face. Face of the last man. Increased melee damage by 3. Shit. That looked cool. These armor, these armors are the same though. Wait. Okay, so my assumption is that the, what's in the parentheses on these stats is what's actually applied. So in that case, in that regard, this armor is actually significantly better. Another armor though, huh? Oh, I'm over encumbered too. I'm picking up all that shit. Okay. Let's drop something. Something that's cheap. Like this hatchet. I don't need 2 pickaxes. I don't need this old broadsword either. Oh, good. Arrows don't actually weigh anything. Good. That was one of my main things I just fucking hated about Elder Scrolls. Was trying to carry arrows. We come over encumbered pretty fast. Gotta get rid of that. There we go. We continue. Deeper into this dungeon. Sure, I do have my claymore equipped. Alright. So is this the garden? What is that? A wisp? Weird spirits. Oh, they're buried. Okay. What the fuck? When weird night falls, it is common to see pale lights adrift in the darkness, flickering like dying embers. Some mistake them for fallen stars, others know them for what they are. Weird spirits are remnants of souls torn from death by the pull of the weirdness. They do not think, nor do they remember. They roam without purpose, slashing on anything that crosses their path. Once they were human, they are nothing but light, rage, and an endless hunger to be whole again. Good. Mad lights. You tried. You move pretty fast. Well, at least they die instantly on impact. Oh, they drop cobwebs. Nice. Notes on Hall of Trials. The garden and the Hall of Trials is being intertwined, not just by the land or the place itself, but by something deeper. We must hope that those gathering the Hall of Trials will endure. Pridwin has already noted the first signs of conflict, a bone of contention. How human of them. Perhaps we need it. We've been sitting too deep with our own minds for far too long. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I'm taking that. Weird stone ore? Just throw in here? These roses might be helpful.
Behold.
Oh, shit.
The garden suffers. No point in pursuing further.
Hollow Druid.
Where could Pridewin be?
Pridewin. Oh, there was Pridwin.
Why is he not among us? Behold.
Go. And I want this. The cobweb. Another note? Note on the Seekers. Humanity is a burden, not a gift. The Seekers enter with hope, but I wonder, can they retain what they seek? With each passing week, more of them arrive. Alice, Mallory, Samuel, Balak. It's fascinating to observe them. Fascinating to know that some strange yearning for something more has drawn them to our hidden place. Okay, so Mallory was part of the original group that came in here. I don't know how that helps me. There's no further... No, all that's back here is... Oh. Oh, okay. Quick save. There's a whole ass crafting station up here. Or alchemy station. Soulstone? Charge a soulstone. Oh, that's one. Okay. Druid's Wish Gem. Increase max mana. Crafting materials. The king is dead. He should be. That would be the natural order of things. But now, each stone we place in this garden reflects a truth we are unwilling to face. This ugly thing that happened has shattered the fragile shell of our beliefs, exposing the raw, festering wound of our ignorance. We claim to understand humanity, but now I wonder, are we not simply echoes of a lost purpose, desperately clinging to illusions of meaning? We must rediscover our understanding of our place in this world. Now, considering the Druids, I'm assuming they were not happy that King Arthur is definitively not dead. Burdock roots. Milkweed. And a chest. Food resin. Gold maggot. Ogre claw. Burn skin. Health potion. Moonshine. And druids know how to have a good time. Bloody fairy? Causes berserk for a certain period of time. Magical fool. Grants mana shield for a certain period. Loving Witch. Lock stamina 100%. Holy shit. Okay. Anything else here? Druid's Friend. Restores 50% mana. Another chest. There we go. Weird meat. Mistbearer Horn. Jade. Milkweed, Wolfsbane. Notes on the slaughter. I cannot be sure if it was months, years, or decades. Time is blurred beyond recognition. But what did happen and undeniably was a slaughter. I'm not sure what we were expecting. Mallory remained alone in the Hall of Trials. The gates did not open. For some reason, we could not force them. The garden has taken control of us. Sage Duneron was just let go of his humanity, leaving himself hollow. Is this the fate that awaits us all? Humanity's greatest flaw is its endless yearning for meaning where none exists. Dark, Mandrake. I hope I'm not trapped in here. Just have to bring on another slaughter. Bloodstone. Health potion. Mana potion. Fish oil. And everything for... Oh. Everything for, Nice. Another one. +1. Nice. Everything for their alchemy, but why is this garden here? It's like it drew them in and then cursed them to be stuck here forever.
There is no me. There is no us.
What the fuck? Was that there before? Where? Oh shit, okay.
Where could Bridewin be? Why is he not among us?
I'm looking for Pridewood. I'm assuming this group stumbled upon these druids and then... Oh, something. A very large amount of things are mad. What the fuck is that? Marrowghast? I'm gonna kill it is what I'm gonna do. Here it's quite a bit. Marrowghast. Distant kin of the Krulghast, the Marrowghast is no mindless brute. It does not charge or crush, it watches, waits, and then strikes from afar. Its eye, looking unblinking, does not merely see, it pierces. A single gaze bends the ear to its will, unleashing a searing bolt of energy that cuts through flesh and stone alike. Unlike the Krulghast, the still Marrowghast is at its most dangerous. Oh, his eye.
Behold, the garden.
I think I said that earlier. We'll need to be careful though. These Marrowghasts are as dangerous as the game makes it out to be. What the fuck? Hydewin seal. Oh! Oh shit. Oh no. Oh, that hurts a lot. Okay. I get one down. Okay, we're good. Damn. Not this time. Give me your eyes. It explains. Or rather, it doesn't explain. What the hell is all this? More Marrowghasts? I don't know. Weird spirits. There are a lot of enemies in here. Okay. We'll just need to be careful. Not blindly charge in. There's another area this way. Evil Eye. Lockspan at 100%. Living Stone. Revive after death. Oh, flame resin. Bloodstone, sharpening stones. Druid talisman. I'm over encumbered. Well then. I can sort by weight. Yes, here we go. There's only way one. Oh, the books actually have weight. That sucks. I hope dropping a book doesn't make me lose as a recipe. Thought I had an amulet equipped. Soulstone. Druid's Wish Gem. Increase max mana. Reduce mana cost. I don't want the Soulstone. Or maybe not. It's destroyed after I use it. What the fuck? Okay, I guess I'll use that for now.
The sealed gate. The sealed gate. The children of the garden cry.
Aha. I'm assuming it's that red door. So let's carefully enter this area. Blood trinket. Druid's friend. So I have a self-res, that's good. Does that weird spirit want to kill me? Here we go. Oh. Damn. I'm good. Oh shit, I forgot they have lasers. I forgot it warned me. The game even warned me about that. Okay. Oh, damn. He almost about fucking killed me. Okay. Noted they have a hyper beam. Okay. Another pen. A standing druid.
There is no.
He's gonna say that, okay. I don't want to kill the druids, just in case they start attacking me too. Yeah, yeah. I'm no murder hobo. Okay, the last enemies are over here. Just gonna rush him. Okay. Oh, I leveled. Flame resin, very nice. Always good. If I could, I would craft 100 flame resins. What the fuck is that? I'm gonna save. Pridewood.
What a grim moment this is. I had hoped that poor wretch, Mallory, would be the last unfortunate trapped by the farce we created.
Who are you?
Of course, I should feel obliged to greet you at the very beginning. My name is Prydwen.
Prydwen?
And I am the last druid in this garden. And its last living creator.
So is Prydwen. Okay. I was right. The druids are wrong. What is that place?
I know what this place used to be. But now the garden is tainted, like all of us. I assume this is the answer to the meaning we've been searching for.
What kind of meaning?
The first resurrection of Arthur shattered our understanding of the eternal cycle. It was beyond our comprehension. We needed to take a step back. And for that, we needed a place of peace. The idea of a garden reminded us of the quiet murmur.
So it's a druid's grove.
And so
That's what he's saying.
the garden. We really believed that we could reinvent humanity in a world like that.
Tell me more about the first resurrection of the king.
Unthinkable.
Season me now.
Even now, after so many years, the king was dragged back to the land of the living whenever humanity sought its legendary protector. It turned out to be abuse. To take the memory of a life so precious and full of potential and turn it into a cruel mockery, step by step, over and over, leading it to its inevitable degradation.
Did you find your answers?
Not in the way I expected, but yes, I have found the answers. The source of our doom is humanity itself. It's an infinite jest and the perfect tragedy of our lives. That which makes us human is a hindrance that complicates everything. We never truly know what we are or the nature of our lives until we succumb to corruption. Whether it is born of madness or the weirdness, the result remains the same. Only then does everything begin to appear as it truly is. This place is like a terrifying mirror, and so it will remain, unless something is done to change it.
Spirituality. Well, wizards have a good time in this game. Mainly this one is very element of which we can something like corruption. I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. Oh. Is there anything that can be done?
What has already happened cannot be undone. There is only one thing left to do. To bring it to an end.
How can that be done?
There is a sealed gate. Beyond it lies something that must be destroyed. Whether to face this terror or not, the choice is yours. If you consider that to be your path, then here, take the seal.
I reached the heart of the garden pride when the druid. He has asked me to slay the terror born from the slaughter in the halls of trials. What exactly lies beyond the gate?
Abomination born from a futile and wasted life. The child of our vain pursuits. Leave this place. Vanish in an attempt to end this farce. Or claim victory. You are the only one capable of deciding.
Well, at least I didn't have to put him down. I should have asked him why Mallory attacked me, though. Oh well. It seems Mallory just is just sick of being alive forever. The gate's back there, but there's something over here. Fucking Barrowgast. At least I can block it. Okay. There we go. Druidic alchemy. Oh, more recipes. Amazing how many of the druidic potions of creative fragrant, floral, vividly colorful, and strongly alcoholic. They evoke nostalgia for simpler times, and when alchemy meant foraging in forests and finding simple solutions to complex problems. Sometimes I wonder if we've strayed too far from that path, complicating both life and craft unnecessarily. These potions also teach us about cost. Shortcuts to greatness always demand sacrifice, the truth of both alchemy and life itself. If only the druids had heeded this lesson themselves, perhaps they'd still be here, crafting their intoxicatingly wise brews. But they're gone. And here I am, rifling through their remnants and sampling their creations. Poor souls, may the All-Mother watch over them. Cuthbert Cadwallader, Royal Academy of Camelot. Oh, Leaper Potion. Blowfall Potion. Lots of potions. God. Slow again. Sure. And this. Oh, that's a corpse explodes. I see. Interesting. shields. I'd rather sell that shield than get rid of it. And luckily I have Hedgehog Knight. Okay. Let us continue. Which damage does this do? Like none, okay. Alright. I want to see what's behind this door. I expect a great treasure. Let me check my quick slots. Okay, I should eat this. Here we go. Berserk. Damage dealt and damage taken significantly increased. That could be good. Alright. Let's see what lies beyond this threshold. A monster born of slaughter. Oh, cutscene. Blood abomination. Okay. Oh. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, that hurts. I don't know what that is, but it hurts. Oh, damn. I may need another level. Damn. Unfortunately, Hedgehog Knight only affects melee. Damn. Well, there's like a general's tree. I didn't even realize. Last stand. That would be great. Increase physical damage by 2% for each point of your weapon. Oh. That would also be great to have too. What do I have on my armor? Gain armor. Armor becomes damage. Your damage negation chance increased, but okay. I suppose I would want to keep going into my two-handed. Damn. You're beating my ass. Damn it. I guess I continue in a two-hand. I'll try one more time. I may be able to kill this, I'm not sure. But then I had an item that resurrects me. Unless that was a... Living Witch Brew. I may need to use these. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. One more. Once more. Increase dash speed. Restore a chain or you kill an enemy. Where is the magic fool tonic, maybe? Loving Witch Brew, okay. I will apply the flame resin. And hope for the best. Where are you? Come here. I'm gonna hound you. Oh. Damn, you are very tanky. Just a matter of chugging potions. Got you. Blood abomination. Bloodstones. Blood-tainted shell. Store 10 HP after killing an enemy. Cursed Bloodblade. Increased lifesteal by 2%. Oh shit, more weapons. I can't use this, so. Increased lifesteal 2%. 3 dexterity. Not bad. But it is one hand. I suppose as a backup it would work great. Oh, I'm slow though. I'm very slow. Let's see. I'll replace this with the Bloodblade. Okay. That means I can drop this sword. I need to drop one more thing. I don't want to drop that. Go to my bag. Corpse Eaters, Blood-tainted shell. Armor relic. Very nice. Oh, lockpicks take up... There's another thing I didn't like about Elder Scrolls. Lockpicks have a weight to them, and I like to mod that out of existence. Okay, so go talk to Pridewin, or Predwin. See what he has to say. Now that his abomination is dead. And I have its new sword. Predwin.
You have returned. You reek of blood. You reek of purification. You've killed our child and set the fate of the garden on a new path. So, peace will come sooner than I expected. Now, at last, I shall have quiet and slumber. Let the flower bloom in all its beauty and die as it was always meant to. Thank you, Seeker.
Oh, and he's fucking dead. Holy shit, that was a lot of XP. Wing Spear. No. Increased physical damage by 100% when below 50% max mana. Oh, that would be perfect for like a mage. Unfortunately, I am no mage. Interesting. Broken items are crafting reagents. Brains weigh a lot. Okay. It's a little annoying having to here, drop that. We're through all this. Okay, so I would love to sell this weapon. I don't want to lose my shovel. I can't lose anything that gives me stuff like that. Bear pelts. 3 is 1.2, so... Darn, man. This sucks. What I'll do... I'm gonna drop something. And go check out what's deeper in this cave and then run back. I don't believe you can manually pick up something like in Elder Scrolls. Let's get to the crossroads first. What does this look like? Oh, this looks cool. Blood magic. Okay, this is a good spot. I'll drop this because I will upgrade that later. If I lose it for whatever reason, not a big loss. I want to see what's down here. Oh, is this an exit? If this is an exit, that's great, because that means I don't have to run all the way back up. Life transfusion. Oh, sure as shit, that's where Mallory is. Okay. Let me go grab my armor. This is gonna be fucking annoying, but I don't want to leave it. No, I don't want that. Oh, God. Okay. It's not like I can even use my bear pelts yet, so maybe I should just drop that. I need that. Actually, I have a shit ton of potatoes. That's useless. I'm gonna drop everything that's useless. Nothing that gives me carry weight, huh? Nope. Nada. Life transfusion. Do I already have that? No, I have blood transfusion. Okay. So this is a stronger version. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, where's my bear pelts? Drop those before anything else. Actually, no, I'll drop the potatoes. I have a shit ton of potatoes. Once I find them fucking everywhere. Oh, these fish fillets are also very heavy. There we go. Alright. Unfortunately, the bear pelts are a little difficult to get because the bears are very, very scary. Let's get to the top. Get to top and down here. I didn't even notice this hole here. Mallory's still dead. The guardian isn't purged, I think. Now I can leave. I like that this dungeon had its own little quest line for it. Shit, that explains all the corpses outside too. Just part of the slaughter. Not entirely sure why they slaughtered each other, though. Oh, shit, it's nighttime. Browners. Oh no, we're just undead. Ooh, instant kill. Cobwebs. Oh, monsters at night must have a chance to all drop cobwebs. Nice. And weird plasm. Are you kidding me? That one weird plasm is what's gonna... Okay. Fuck this game, man. Let's drop one of these. Oh, those don't take up any... Let's drop one of these. Actually, no. We'll drop one of these. Yeah. The brains. Okay, let's get to the fast travel waypoint. There's another dungeon completed. Nope, right here. Oh, that must be Excalibur's wall then, protecting the from the weirdness. Interesting. Okay, let's level up finally. So I definitely want to put it into endurance. That also raises my carry weight limits. Okay, so I want to do more damage now. That's 20% up for 10%. That's actually pretty solid. Do I do bone? Okay, so heavy attacks 2 hours of chance to stun. That's going to be a very good thing to get. This was that. Damn. Oh, cleave? That would be great. Complete stamina. 4% lifesteal. But I definitely want to max this. But I think if I go for Dominating Presence, it'll be worth a little bit more. Or maybe not. The stun would be great because I do love using heavy attacks. 5% chance to stun. Very nice. Yeah, let's do it. Definitely use a cook. Habit rolls. And put 80% jump height by 30s. Wow. For 30 seconds. I'm gonna make one. Oh yeah. Bloodsucker potion. This might actually be really good. I need to... 8% lifesteal is nothing to scoff at. Okay. Identify. Yes. Sharpening stone, hunting bow. Soul mana potion. Okay, now it is time to rest. Rest and maybe craft something.
Hope nothing bad happens to...
Okay. Essence Chandler. Well, this would be great on a mage. winged sword, definitely. Expound. Yes, winged spear. I don't have any interest in that. The waning ward. Yeah, not interested. Not interested in necromancer stuff either. Although they do look cool. Oh no, I should have took the extra strength. Shit. Oh well. Actually, this knight breastplate I think is going to get a little bit better usage. Here we go. That would be great to have. Like poison, increased damage. I really don't want to sell my... I can't sell that to him. New attach relic. Oh, you just slot it in, I guess. Cost money, okay. Armor weight reduction. Oh, very cool. That's actually really neat. You can reduce the armor of your, like the weight for your armor. Hell. I see the Revenant armor is actually pretty solid. Increased melee damage by 10%. Increased weak spot damage. It needs perception. I guess not. I guess not. I need leather. But I don't have any pelts. I would like this helmet too. But again, I like endurance. Stamina cost reduction's really nice though. All these gauntlets use bones. Okay. Still. His leather has refreshed. But not his iron ore. It's fine, I have a shit ton of iron ore anyway. Knight's helmet. Very nice. I already had the breastplate, so it's just the helmet. The gloves increase max stamina. Boots increase max stamina. Helmet would be nice. So let's save scum this. As usual. There's a good chance of worse, but we'll go for it. Nice. Cool. My quests, my quests. Can I now get Excalibur? Pull out. Oh, goodness. Nope. No. I cannot now get Excalibur. Damn. Arthur did not warn me that Excalibur would slaughter me if I tried to take it. How much health do I need then? Damn. Actually, quite a large area. Well, these might be easy to accomplish, so. Captain's quarters. Better not go into Fergus's bedroom. He will not like that. What the fuck? Are they down there? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe they were up there at the lighthouses. Wine. I just realized I still have that stolen thing. How goes the journey of John Tainted Grail? Very good. I've killed a lot of things. Just running around swinging my sword. I've cleared out a few dungeons now. I'm just looking for some easy XP doing these simple quests. Derek.
Hey, you're heading to the village, right? Tiernan should let you in. Take this medicine to my father, will you? Goban is a loud man. You shouldn't have trouble finding him.
I'll take what's in it for me. There we go.
Seriously? You'll have my eternal gratitude, but nothing more for now. Go on. Take it. Come to me afterwards.
I don't want to learn about all this. But why is there a second lighthouse?
If I had a gold coin for every time someone asked me that, I could fund the damn thing myself. Look, it's Camelot's orders. I get paid to follow them, not to question.
Camelot
If
ordered
they
it.
want to throw money at us to keep up appearances, that's their problem. I'm not about to stop them.
What's wrong with your father?
If Eber doesn't know, then I don't either. So we keep trying.
Okay. Bring this to Goban. Oh shit, okay. There we go.
Oh, mother have mercy. Not another one. If I let you pass, will you promise not to make any trouble?
Trouble always seems to find me. I can try, but no promises.
Just my luck.
Oh, he's Tiernan. Okay. I see.
Looking after a village full of old farts. That's practically early retirement, they said. What a load of crap. There's always something. If it's not the deck falling apart, it's a refugee running around biting people.
What happened to the deck?
The deck? Nah, just old wood. Honestly, it's the least of my problems.
I just select that because I wanted the quest.
There's no way to fix it. Dara's always busy with his lighthouse, and every time I try to do it myself, someone else needs me for something. I can't even sneak out to the tavern because last time some rich bint started complaining that everything here smells
A
of
Boyson
fish.
bit.
That's a seaside village. What else would it smell of?
I can help you fix the deck.
You do that? That would be a huge relief. Well, maybe not huge. There are bigger problems, but it'd be a start. Truth be told, I don't know why they want it so badly. It's for boats. No one here even uses boats. But, well, you know how it is with old folks. Once they get fixated on something, there's no point in arguing.
Not the truth.
I'd pay if I could.
Stubborn old
It's
goats.
supposed to be my job. The budget's long gone. But if you're interested, I could teach you a thing or two about home decor. Not exactly standard keeper knowledge, but, well...
All of a sudden he got really quiet. What the fuck? Okay. A refugee is biting people.
Well, to be fair, he only bit one person. But it was a keeper. I know Mahone can be a piece of shit sometimes, but gods. Now both of them are sick. And Heber's got no clue what
Biting people and getting sick? That's nuts.
The only reason that refugee isn't dead.
Ominous.
So, he's sitting in a cage. His wife's crying all day, and everyone's pissed. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in the middle of it all.
Nah. Tell me more about that rich bint.
She's a real piece of work, that one. Her name's Lady Elisa. Something. I don't remember. She came here with her husband. Poor man. I never heard him get a word in. You know, sometimes I regret not getting married. But if I had a wife like her, I'd just end up being a keeper all over again.
You're in the home decor.
Surprised. Can't blame you. This might sound odd coming from someone stationed at a
Might sound
glorified
odd.
fish bucket, but I've got a thing for furniture. The only thing more mismatched than the barracks around here is my career choice. But yeah, I like imagining places where things fit, where chairs don't wobble, tables don't look like someone hacked them together with a dull axe, and beds. Well, beds don't feel like they're plotting your murder while you sleep.
Would have guessed you were in the furniture.
Not exactly a secret I broadcast. Most folks see me as Tiernan the Grumbler. But hey, we've all got something that keeps us sane, right? Mine
Right.
just happens to be daydreaming about nicer chairs.
Oh, well, I can... There's housing in this game. Okay, I understand. I would not have expected that at all. Interesting. Repair the deck. Ooh, copper. The king's copper. Okay, there's a lot of quests to complete here, so I need to put away my sword, otherwise I'll get mad. Is this the carnation? Rosin.
I hope Kate
Rosin?
isn't making Morris do anything horrible. Do you need help settling in, dear? This isn't the best day to start a new life in this place, but we don't always get to choose, do we? What a nasty business with that boy. I'm almost glad my Morris isn't here for this. He's such a bleeding heart.
What happened with that boy you mentioned?
Oh, I'm not sure, love. I don't move around too much. I just heard about that
Oh,
fight with the
Cole.
roadkeeper, and
Okay.
now poor Cole's locked up in
Right,
a
that other guy
cage.
mentioned it too.
Him and Patrice make such a lovely young couple. They remind me of Morris and me when we were their age.
There's some business in the keep.
I'm sorry, dear. I hope I didn't offend you. I'm still not used to all this. You see, I was born in Little Grove and thought I would live out the rest of my life there, working in the orchards in the mornings and drinking warm cider with my beloved in the evenings. We never wanted to see the world. I guess sometimes the world doesn't give us a choice, does it?
Does it? Avalon is a harsh land. It very
That's
much
what
is.
people say, but I never agreed. I weathered many storms with my Morris, coming out stronger each time. Avalon taught us to cherish the little joys of our everyday life. Without those lessons, we wouldn't have survived what happened to our village.
It happened.
Little Grove was raided by bandits, a local gang that had been terrorizing the area for months, growing in numbers with each raid. Their leader, Bald Kate they called her, somehow got hold of a branding iron used to mark outlaws. After pillaging a village, she'd brand some men and women of her choosing. That way,
I found their
made
skin.
sure nobody would ever help them, and that they'd have no choice but to turn to her if they wanted to survive.
It's
My
fucked up.
Morris used to be a skilled tanner. I guess that's why she picked him.
Did he stay with the bandits?
Yes, I asked him to. He wanted to run with me, but he was still feverish after the branding. I was worried he'd die on the road. Now, I don't have many kind words for Kate, but she doesn't like her efforts to go to waste. As long as he stayed, she'd make sure he was healed. I hated leaving him there, and I hate to think of what she's making him do, but I hope he's at least still alive.
Do you know where their camp is?
What I've heard, they decided to stay in Little Grove for a while, drinking
Oh,
my
it's a
cider
hunt.
to the last drop, no doubt.
Bandits.
Not like they have to worry about the
Hate those
authorities.
things.
The only ones we saw were the Camelot tax collectors that came by once a year. Other than that, not a uniform in sight since I was a little girl.
Well, keep an eye out for your husband, miss.
Oh, mother bless you, my dear. That's all I could ask for. Please, let me know as soon as you learn anything.
Of
Be
course.
careful out there, love.
And sweet old lady.
Each day feels heavier.
It'd feel nice to slaughter some bandits for her too, Dugald. Ellis. Where? Strange houses. These are the shittiest houses I've ever seen. Where? Above? Frang?
Something happened. Frang listens.
Not from here.
From anywhere. Frang is attached to nowhere. I found a home with Dugald. I owe him a life debt.
Good. Good talk, Frang. Who the fuck is this lady?
Each day feels
I want to steal her fucking food. I want Ellis.
You've come to put me in the cage.
What?
Sorry. Just a bit of grim humor. You know, about what's been happening here. Such a mess, isn't it? Cola's all right, and Beatrice, what a shame. Such a fine girl. Anyway, I'm Ellis. Nice to meet you. What do you need?
Frang. Tell me about Frang.
Frank? That boy is golden, I'm telling you. Smart, nice, quiet though. He keeps his head down. Only once did I see him angry, and whoa, that was something. I thought he was going to kill me on the spot. That was back on the road, right after we met. We came here later.
Frang got angry at you.
Normally, the gal would tear me
Oops.
a new one. You know how it is. Miller's blood runs hot. But when Fran lunged at me, the gal was speechless, completely shocked. Cole had to calm Frank down. Cole was a great guy.
Did Cole bite Frang?
A thief? Nah, not a chance. He's got principles. Frank's not just your regular Avalonian kid. He acts differently, like he's not from here. If they were to hang him, I'd take his place. Well, no I wouldn't. But you know what I mean.
No worries, Ellis.
Truly.
Where?
Said it would get easier.
They like Dugald?
I've already told you I'm not going anywhere. If you want something from me, then... Oh,
Your arms, Dugald. Oh, there you go.
I'm Dugald. You're not one of us. And you're not local either.
You could have chosen a better time to come here. Kind of poor ambience, if you know what I mean.
Well, at least we have a roof over our heads.
I see the markers. Oh, they're not here, actually. Okay. Carnation remembers down. Oops. Let's say a little bit of backstory in Cole. Beatrice?
What do you want? To gawk at the beast? Well, I'll have to disappoint you. My Cole is not the monster you all believe him to be.
Now let me say that. There's something happened.
So you really don't know? If you're not from here, I'm not sure what could have brought you to this hellhole. But you have my sympathies. Just know that Cole isn't like that. Something is poisoning his mind and soul. I don't know what it is, or why it happened to Cole, but now we're all at the mercy of those damned keepers.
So I have no idea what you're talking about. Tell me more of what
One
happened.
evening there was a quarrel between our group, the villagers, and one of the keepers. They'd had a bit too much to drink and let some comments slip. They hurled insults at us, saying there's no place for us here, that we should just get the hell out of here because things are hard for everyone. Hard? Sure. I bet that bunch of wimps wouldn't last a week outside. All they do is sit in that keep of theirs, thinking they're the defenders of justice.
Was there a fight?
Well, Cole went mad. I've never seen him like that before. He attacked that keeper and bit him. It was serious, but the keeper survived. If it weren't for the other men from the village, things could have ended very differently. Afterwards, they chained Cole up and locked him in a cage. His condition started to worsen. They said a monster like him doesn't deserve a jail cell. Jail cells are for humans. Bastards.
They didn't kill him on the spot or something like that?
Surprising, isn't it? It seems that Quartermaster Fergus banned any kind of vigilante behaviour. And the local healer said he wants to make sure whatever made Cole this way isn't contagious.
Good take.
So as long as that question remains unanswered, we're at a standstill. But honestly, if anything happens to that keeper, I have no doubt Cole will be killed and will be thrown out of the keep.
When did Cole start feeling worse?
This might sound silly, but before we reached the keep, we came near a strange structure. The locals call it the Arch Spire.
Oh, good.
In the morning,
I was
we
there.
realized everyone had a strange dream, but it was a little different for
That's where
each
those
of us.
druids are, the hollow druids.
Cole started acting weird after that, and in time, it only got worse.
Did he tell you what his dream was about?
No, only that, well, it didn't make much sense, but he was convinced that something bit him. He kept checking. It must have been some bug. Something changed by the weirdness. That
It's always the
must have
fucking
caused his
weirdness.
fever.
Well, they did spend the night out there.
Insanity.
Can you describe how the evening went before the night you had that dream?
Well, it was pretty typical.
Well, they had
We
cobwebs.
started a fire and threw some
Then
cobwebs
why did the
into
weirdness
it.
get them?
Fran bought them back from one of his treks. That boy could always find them somehow. It was our protection
Oh,
from the night and the
Brang is
weirdness.
fucked by the weirdness. That's why he
Ellis was on watch
talks like that.
day,
Okay.
but from what he told us, he eventually fell asleep. We were lucky no one slit our throats.
What was your dream about?
I was in a strange place. Dark.
Weirdness.
Full of fog. Eerie. I was trying to find him. I called out, but no one answered. I was alone in the night, and then I kept falling, and falling, and falling.
And falling.
And then I woke up.
Where was your camp?
We set up camp near the Arch Spire. We hoped that bandits wouldn't dare to venture into a place like that. Well, now I know why we could have been right. With everything that's been happening lately, I'm ready to believe in every strange thing in this world.
Only now? You already know what the weirdness is. Cole. Can you hear me? He's got like... Oh no, he's not rotting. I thought he was turning into a zombie. You need anything. Yeah. He's completely catatonic. Okay. Is she who I give the carnation to? Yeah, one of these keepers gave me these flowers as a gesture of solidarity with your group.
What? How dare you? Do you know the meaning of those flowers in that configuration?
No. Not what he wanted to convey, I assume.
Revenge. Revenge, deception, and death. There's nothing nice about it, and I don't know if he did it on purpose or if he's just an idiot. But trust me, it's not a nice gesture.
If I knew what they meant, I would have given them to you.
Thank you. For them. You are from nowhere. Just like me.
That's right.
That's why I believe you. Take those flowers away. Burn them. Throw them in a cauldron. Whatever. I don't want to look at them.
All right.
Be careful out there.
Nice. I got the quests. XP. Next up, your moaning. Let's see sickly father. Oh, I can't jump over that. What the fuck? Come on. There we go. Big guy. Go on. There you are.
Hell, look at this. The old place is in a shambles. Bunch of decrepit old coots. They do nothing but shuffle around, stare at walls, and sleep under leaking roofs. Can't even hammer a nail properly. I'm telling you, if I was still working here, this place wouldn't be falling apart. Ah, but I'm not. Oh, shite. I can't even stand to look at it, let alone live here. And who are you? What you want? You another one of Durar's freeloaders?
Yes, Durag sent me.
I bloody knew it. Retirement my arse. It's shit. Never a moment of peace. At least when I was still working, there was always something to do. Now, so, what you want?
Durag asked me to bring you your medicine.
One day, my boy got it into his stupid head that old Gaban is ill. Bullshit.
Bullshit.
They're all telling me I should do something about it, or else I'm done for. I'll be dead as a doornail in no time. Ha! Like hell I will. I'm still here, ain't I? I've served my time. I've lived me life. And now you can all kiss my ass. So there.
You don't look so good. Maybe you should do something about it.
Then he just threw up his
Oh
hands,
shit. Let's skip
mumbled
the thing.
something to
Oh well.
himself, and that was it. Hell, I should have been an healer. Wouldn't mind going around being a pain in everyone's arse for a living. These herbs. No
I like this
idea
guy.
what they're for. Eva said he doesn't know what's wrong with me, so there's no illness. I'm fit as a fiddle. Ah, good thing that at least the one guy who hangs around, Finley's the name,
Fiddly.
doesn't nag me all the time.
Bit fiddly. Durag wanted to see you, but he didn't have a pass. I think he cares.
Yeah, right. He'd better focus on his job.
Finley's your caregiver.
What's got you so nosy? Pour me a drink, and I might open up.
Bottoms up. Here's a bag of wine.
So, what was your question?
Bag of wine? Bottle of wine. Jeez. Finley's your caregiver.
Hold on. Finley is not my caregiver. He's my helper at most. Hey, first of all, I'm not a cripple who needs a decrepit dimwit running round after me. Secondly, do you know the problem with having a helper who's mute? He doesn't bloody talk.
Yeah. Probably because he's mute.
At least I don't have to listen to even more bullshit. He puffs up like a marshmallow every time he tries to say something. But I don't understand shit.
Durag's
Why
fault.
the sudden interest?
Oh, I gotta feed him. Okay, let's make him real drunk. Here's some more wine.
So,
You'll feel that in the morning.
question?
I know I would.
That's what he says anyway. But yeah, he's my blood. Eager like me, and look at that bulbous nose. Won't disown what's clearly mine. But I ain't gonna talk with a stranger.
Father and son together in the horns of the south. Must be rare.
It's like half the blighters here don't have working peckers. Or they've never even touched a woman.
Oh, your service.
Getting a bit too in.
Yeah.
You see, back in the day, being a keeper was a serious business. Now,
God.
don't even get me
Damn.
started. You used to
Talk
come
to my
here with
water.
a mission, not to run away
Pardon
from
me.
your bloody mother.
Ugh.
Nowadays, lads get brought here by their own kin when they've had enough of them, or they think the Orns can hide them from the law. No, back in my day, there was none of this scum. I came here to serve. My girl cried when I left her, but I've always known this is where I wanted to be. How was I supposed to know she had a bloody bun in the oven?
Oh, jeez.
By the time
Of
the wing
course.
was born, I was already
ran
planning
off.
the lighthouse's construction. Heck knows what he came here for. That's not my problem anymore, and I don't stick my nose in anyone else's business.
You went off topic when I asked you about your service in the
You
horns.
sure have a lot of questions.
Of course. Another wine.
I'm starting to like you, stranger. And trust me, it's been a long time since I liked, well, anybody. I liked me brothers in arms back in my glory days. Good lads, every damn one of them. Tough as nails, loyal to a fault. The kind of men you'd want beside you in the darkest holes of Avalon. But they're
Well, that must be rare.
all of them. The old captain got it in his head to send us down to rediscover
That's right, he
some
brought that up
mouldy
earlier.
tunnels under the keep. Damn fool mission that was. We went in together, but I was the only one to come back out. I can still see all their faces when I close my eyes. A hard loss it was, but I'm still here.
I'm still a survivor.
Why?
Poor guy. Tell me more about those tunnels. Oh my goodness, okay. The tunnels. That guy just came flying in. What the fuck?
Down there to check if we could repurpose them under the horns. Damn full mission that was. But here wasn't just some empty caves. There were monsters, straight out of Age of Legends. Sick stuff. Stuff to get under your skin. Looked like... hell. Memories all twisted up now. Like a bloody nightmare mixed with shadows that don't belong.
It was worth talking to him and listening to everything he had to say.
Speak with Fergus. He's in charge of this shit show now.
Yeah, he wanted to send me down there, but...
Now, I propose a toast to those lost souls. This one's on me.
Dear brothers in arms, may they rest in peace. Go on.
Problem is, sometimes I think they never died. They haunt me in my dreams, you know. Bloody bastards. I swear I wanted to go back and retrieve their bodies. But our late captain, like Grindylows piss on his grave.
Grindylows, okay. I thought it was Grindylows. Grindylows.
Oh, when I drink, I usually pass out. And then I don't remember my dreams. So, I drink. My brothers deserved better.
Drank up all my fucking wine. Mute Finley. You're taking care of the old builder. You know what's wrong with him? Shrugs. You must know more since you're so close. Does this have something to do with his son? Shrugs. Does Durag visit him often? No. Did they have a fight? Yeah. We're doing well. Was it a long time ago? Shrugs. Do you know what it is about? Feeling you know them both well. You must know what happened. Just throws his arms like, what the fuck? Did they fight about anything related to work? Yes. Something to do with the workers? No. His disability? Yes. What about the lighthouse? Shrugs. Would Goban never tell me about it? No. Could Durag tell me? Yes. What about the quartermaster? No. Anybody else? Shrug. Is there anything I could do for you? No. You're a good man, Fiddly. A man of principle. Where? Okay. Creed. Repair the deck. Help these poor sods out a little bit. Where? Here it looks like. 50 wood, holy shit. Okay. This guy know anything about a heifer.
Bugger off. Unless you've already bought from Orla. Then just bugger off.
He's got shit. Does he avoid? Of course not. Why would he have any wood? Spyglass. The fuck? Scouting. I'll take that. Interesting. I can't repair that, so that's a bust. But I can get this other guy's notes or whatever the fuck. Ron's Tavern. Okay. Where is it? Elisa.
Excuse me, could you get me a clean glass? And I mean clean, not just wiped 3 times with a dirty rag.
Do I look like a bar wench to you? Bitch.
I'm not sure. I don't mean to say that you peasants all look the same, but you have to understand it's quite difficult for people like me to tell anyone apart in this dreariness.
She seems
Especially since
nice.
there seems to be so many people
Except
like you
to-
here. I thought the South was supposed to be more secluded.
People like you? What do you mean by that? What does she mean by this?
My name is Alyssa Murray, and I'm here with my husband, a very important...
Oh, she's Lady Elisa. Okay.
But surely you must have heard about our family. Not to brag, but we are rather prominent. I am
Well-visored
famed amongst
barmaid.
Camelot's courtiers for throwing the most magnificent feasts.
Uh-huh. Your dress is unique.
Thank you. I designed it myself. I wanted to
She
blend
designed it
in
herself.
with the people of the South. The savage tribes, the brave light keepers. I wanted to make an homage to them with my new style, and I do believe I've succeeded. I can feel everyone here gazing at me with awe.
Why do you think they're gazing at you, miss? They're still staring at you because you look ridiculous. Everyone says your dress is exquisite.
Give it a few weeks and everyone here will be trying to copy me. It happens
A
in
dead
Camelot
rat
all
alarm
the
clock.
time. It's almost insufferable.
What are you doing in the South?
Well, my Duncan is here on business, of course. A very important contract with the Light Keepers. I decided to accompany him because I have never been to the South, and I've heard so much about its wild, untamed beauty. So far, it's turned out to be terribly dull.
Let's not go to Camelot.
Well.
It's a silly place.
It's like stale fish and sweat. Hopefully, I don't have to suffer it much longer. Pray, tell me, do you know anyone here who would run a small errand for me?
An errand. I can run an errand for you. Or price.
Oh, of course. You know, I've always found talking about money so distasteful. But needs must, I suppose. Don't worry, you'll be handsomely rewarded.
What kind of errand?
Oh, nothing major. You see, I've had my eye on this beautiful abandoned estate overlooking the sea. It's not very far from here, but it's far enough away from all this rabble. If we stay here for a while, I need a place for myself. You understand that, right? No offense, but I can't keep living in a filthy room at an inn.
Yes, of course you can't.
When
Of course you
I
can't.
asked the innkeeper to draw me a bath, he brought me a bucket. A bucket! Can you imagine?
Jesus Christ, how terrible. That sounds like a terrible ordeal.
Finally, someone sympathetic to my plight. My Duncan has been heartless about it. He just keeps going on about how I was
I'm
the
trying to
one
get in
who
her
wanted
good
to
graces so
come
she'll
here.
give me lots of money.
He told me to deal with it. Can you believe that? The nerve. of the
Duncan
man.
is based. It's not about your plans with the estate.
Well, what he doesn't know can't hurt him, can it? He should be glad that I can take care of myself. I'm not like the other high-born women.
Of course
sitting
not.
around waiting to be handed everything.
I'm not
on a
like the
silver
others.
platter. And besides, he knows better than to say no to me.
Let's get to the point.
Fine. The problem is that the manor appears to have some occupants, not legal ones, mind you, who need to be evicted. Forcibly, if there's no other way.
She's
You'll
not
do it
can
for
fix her.
me,
I can
won't
fix
you,
her.
dear? Splendid. I can't wait to start decorating. Maybe something nautical to go with the sound of the waves crashing on the cliffs? Or do you think that's a trifle trite?
I think if you're inside the fucking house, it's gonna be trite. Here. I'm just kidding, I'm not gonna do it. Where? Okay, I just wanted to find this note that's in here. One of the guards lost something in here. I don't know where it is.
Beer
Ron.
from Kunacht, wine from Farshire, moonshine, only local, the best there is. And fish. Lots and lots of fish.
Fish?
What's your poison?
F-E-S-H? Oh, here we go. Some time ago, one of the keepers of some important documents here.
Oh, I don't recall anything like that.
His fish. He said he left him at the last drinking bout.
No, listen. I don't know what's going on, but I doubt any of the keepers had anything important on them. Half of them couldn't tell the quartermaster's seal from a pile of horse dung someone stepped on.
He said they should still be at the Stale Lime Tavern.
But that means... no. Impossible. What if... holy moonshine. I remember Sigibald. It was Sigibald who left those documents behind. I've no idea how you found out about it. Sigi. He's dead.
He's dead?
Taken by a fever.
No, I just talked to him. He has to get his documents back.
Aye, of course I have. I didn't just throw them in some cabinet. I was afraid they'd fall into the wrong hands. He was a good man. I wouldn't get rid of my only memento.
Some fish and chips.
Here, after what you said, I assume you'll make good use of them. Even though I'm still not sure what to think about it.
Yeah, he sent me down here to get these
Things are getting
documents.
Weirder and weirder now.
Oh, jeez. It's the weirdness.
Well, he died like he lived, with a tankard in his hand. The boys always said Sigi was a friend worth 5 others. And he was. He was a prankster like no other. Once, he slipped a rotten egg into the quartermaster's dinner. Never a dull moment with him, that's for sure.
Gives everyone charm. It is.
No problem. Listen, if by some miracle you really talk
The
with
weirdness
Sigibald,
did this.
please, give him my warm regards. I don't understand.
Yeah, this game
anything
has
anymore.
RPG stuff in it that I was not expecting from a first person RPG game. Okay. Sigibald. Letter to Sigibald. I never thought there'd come a time in my life when I would write this letter. Until now, I believed all the bad things happened since you left were caused by your poor decision. I was to blame you for losing Arian. It's funny how things change over time. It seems I've changed too. I don't even know if the stupid letter will ever reach you. If it does, I'm sorry and I accept your apologies. Ross. Or Rose. Okay, I'll bring this back to Sigibald and call it then. Kingdom Come is the other one that has RPG mechanics, but a lot of RPG stuff to it. In comparison to, you know, Skyrim, Oblivion, with any Bethesda game really. Even like Obsidian RPGs. It's up there with those kinds. Where? Okay, Sigibald was. Where the fuck was Sigibald? He was up here. He's on the keep, standing there. Earlier, I went into a secret cave, and it started a quest. And just for finding that secret cave and doing that quest, I found a significant chunk of lore on the setting, and the nature of the druids, and what became of them. And I got this cool ass sword for it too. Wait, not this one. This one. This red shit. It's got lifesteal. Okay, Sigibal was like right here. He's right here. He's still alive.
You're back. Hi.
I got the documents. You were right. There were no problems.
I told you, Ron is a good guy. And here's a little something for you. You know I pay well.
Ron was a bit confused.
Yes? What's the matter, my friend?
Well, you're dead.
You're really good at this today. Wait. Oh.
This is really weird. So, what?
Understand. For so many years, I've been afraid to open this.
He's been Thanos snapped.
But it looks like I needed to read it. Well, it is what it is, right?
It is what it is.
And I've been wondering why no one wants to talk to me. I thought to myself, are they mad at me or what? But why are you talking to me? How can you see me?
I have a passenger inside me who must have wanted to help. Your king returns. The RPGs always do the thing with the game's mechanics, its lore, and shit like Dark Souls, Fire, Sonic, Personas, Persona 5. My good Western RPGs and let digging there to tell the story. RPGs away between cultures. Yeah, like the bonfires are similar in this game too. They keep away the weirdness. The weirdness is like this weird, pardon the pun, fog or mist that rolls in at nighttime. And when that mist rolls in at nighttime, some really strange shit starts happening. In this game, it feels like it makes the enemies empowered and they drop shit. But lore-wise, like, it just kind of starts fucking with reality.
Anyway, may the All-Mother bless your path. See you next time.
Next time.
Take care out there.
Just a ghost here. He's made out of weirdness. He gave me something nice too. What was that? Increase armor by 1 for 60 seconds. It's not that good. I guess early on it would be good. Oh, that's right. My new helmet. Unfortunately, I did not get the XP needed to level up. I was hoping to, so I can wear my knight armor. Oh boy. Okay. But there's one thing I wanted to do, was to bring the stolen vase to that fae, but I don't know what the hell I met. There's some 10,000-year-old woman living inside of a mausoleum. She tells me the locals of Avalon blame her for minor inconveniences such as missing socks or pants or just small inconveniences, just shit just going missing. She's a thief. She told me to bring her something back that's stolen. She said it doesn't have to be anything special, just literally anything. So I went and I grabbed a vase out of the barracks. The vase is worth nothing. It's like literally worth like a gold, if that. Also, this is the optimal way to hunt. I'm no huntsman, so all these things are back. Oh. Oh, that perfect parry. Combat reminds me of like a first-person Witcher. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, I want to speak to this woman. I want her to level me up for finishing her quest. Ah, you little bastard. Down here. There's like a weird jank to the combat that I really enjoy. There you go. Okay. The Grindylows have returned, but I cleared out this cemetery at the beginning of the stream. Oh, they respawn though. That's fine. Getting some frame drop when I entered. Okay, it doesn't look like anything respawn in here, which is good. I can go straight for that Mog, I think is what her name was. Yeah, this lady.
Well, have you got a little stolen something for me yet?
Yes.
Yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. A human doing my work. I can't take it. You've been just a great source of fun. All right, time for my part of the deal, I guess. Close your eyes, put on a serious face, like something very mystical is happening. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ooh, woo, woo.
And done.
Ooh, woo.
Now you've got a bit of my power. Go into the world, use it well.
I'll steal a spoon in your memory.
Oh, you must. Safe travels.
Oh, she gave me a sneak. Okay.
Oh,
No
toss
level?
a pinch of salt over your left shoulder for me, all right?
Oh my. I'm so close. Okay. I was gonna end like 10 minutes ago, but damn it, man. I want this level. Okay, there's skeletons outside I can kill. The weirdness. The weirdness. I just want this level. That's all I want. Are you sure this place is magical, or is everyone just a collective illusion? They're all wearing straitjackets together in the same hall? Exactly. The weirdness, it's not a mist. It's actually a gas leak. Natural gas. Oh, I am destroying things now. These things were giving me trouble earlier. But I've leveled up too many times. And another one. And another one. And another one. Oh, I need these. I need these for the leather. Come here, you son of a bitch. No. Swinging a whiff. Oh. Their pelts will do just fine. I missed. There we go. What are you, son of a bitch? I tried. Oh well. This is a good place to stop anyway. Everybody acts like they're experiencing collective CO2 huffing. That's what I'm saying, man. It's natural gas. I'll sit here. This should let me wear my armor piece properly now. I'll continue in the two-handed. Oh yes, I have the dominating presence. Nice. Even more strength. Cook some food for next out. I guess not. Right, that'll be it then. Rest. Okay. That's a good place to stop. Let me, put on my new... Oh, hell yeah. Coming together. Definitely coming together. Man, I look cool as fuck. A strong 5-hour stream, yeah. I meant to stop like 20 minutes ago. Well, I meant to stop an hour and 20 minutes ago. And then I was like, I can go a little bit longer. And I meant to stop 20 minutes ago. But I got so close to leveling. And I just had to finish off those little quests that I've been putting off. Hosk. Alright. You need a little break from streaming after that one, but that's fine. I'll stream later in the later in the week too. Speaking of, my game just crashed. Good thing I saved though. Hold up. That's fine. Good time for it to crash. What a great game. I really like that game a lot. Looking forward to streaming it some more. Baldur's Gate is getting a little dusty. It is. Baldur's Gate is getting very dusty. We continue our adventures in Faerun. Or if Ninja's up to, we can also try Night Rain again as well, which is also a good time. But I am missing Baldur's Gate, so that's a good idea. All right. It'd be a shame if Baldur's Gate continues this week. It would be a terrible shame. How awful. How miserable. Wouldn't dream of it, man. Gotta play Clear Obscure. Oh yeah, I do too. That game is really fucking good, and I just hear nothing but good things about it, so. Too many RPGs, not enough time to go through them all. Kill the goblins. Yeah, we cleared the keep, right? We're at the entrance to the Underdark. It's the best Final Fantasy game in a long time. Yeah, really, you were right. We were talking about it the other time. Square really needs to like just go back to proper turn-based where their roots are. Back to the roots, do the turn-based thing. I don't think things need to look super realistic, but they do, then they can hit that Clear Obscure kind of vibe. If not, they could also their remakes of their 2D stuff is really, they look really good. They could I can never remember the original artist's name for Final Fantasy, but they should try to make something like that into either 3D or do the 2D, the HD 2D look. 2D sprites on a 3D background kind of thing. Kind of like fuck, what's it called? Octopath Traveler. Yeah, use those as sprites. That would be, I think Final Fantasy would be resurrected like in an instant with that. As big as it was back in the day. 7, 8, 9 do that. Yeah, exactly. It's just so weird that like they keep. First off, they actually hit it. They nailed it pretty solidly with their action in Final Fantasy VII Remake. But for some reason, they won't use that in their games. But yeah, they should definitely try to get some inspiration from their roots. It's like ever since they tried to do shit with like, what was it, 12? Or 13 with like the weird action turn-based hybrid ATB shit. It's like they just keep fumbling it over and over and over. Not that the systems don't work, but they take time to get used to it. They're not very intuitive. You basically have to just throw yourself at the game for a while to get used to it. 12. Okay, yeah, 12. Okay, I gotcha. should do. Dog Review is a perfect form of it. Or sorry, 7 Remake's perfect form of it, yeah. Yeah, I've heard good things about 12 Zodiac Edition specifically. I've never played it. I've never even seen like gameplay of it. I just know it exists. I saw gameplay of the Lightning games. I wasn't very impressed or interested. But around that time, I was playing like Lost Odyssey. That was my JRPG around that time. Oh, stuff's too ambitious for the time, yeah. Which is weird, because if it was too ambitious for their technology that they had at a given time, you'd think they'd just hold on to that specific ambition in gameplay and try to capture that. Instead they're like, oh, let's compress you this way instead. And then they fumble it. Fixes a lot of the AI party member stuff. Oh yeah. Oh man. Okay. No. Weakest main character. That's the other thing. I don't know who the main character is. He's like that little, like, he's like that blonde dude, right? With the spiky hair, you know? John Final Fantasy. Never remember his name. He's like everywhere, like Noctis and Lightning and Clive. But 12, I never remember his name. Thief John Final Fantasy. Okay, so he's not Zidane. We spy part, yeah, not Zidane. There's Zidane, then there's not Zidane. Okay, that is where I'm going to end the stream. Speaking of, there's some new JRPGs I need to show you guys. I'll show you guys after the stream. Sorry, some new ones coming out is what I should say. They're coming out, they just got announced, but I need to find the articles that I found them. And I'll send them to you guys. Yeah, add to the horde. Add to the Dragon's Horde inside my Steam library. But that is where I'm going to call it. Thank you to anyone who tuned in. Thank you to... One second here. I need to make sure I read these right. Thank you to Emmanuel Hype for following. And thank you to Benefit Game 1 for following. It was nice getting a few followers tonight, so. With that, have a very good night. Wanderers, farewell, and take care. And don't let the weirdness get you.